Okay, Chair, go ahead.
All right. I will now call to order the Development Agency Budget Committee. Will the members of the committee please introduce themselves for us? And can we start all the way to the right, please?
Paul Savas, Clackamas County Commissioner.
Blaine Scowheedy, Happy Valley resident.
And Craig Roberts.
Andrea Smith, Clackamas County resident.
Martha Schrader, Clackamas County Commissioner.
Ryan Founds, Damascus resident.
That's all? Go ahead, Chair.
All right. I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
I nominate Blaine Scowheedy
Second.
as chair.
All right. It is Blaine Scowheedy has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none. Nominations for the clerk, they're closed. So would you please call the poll?
Mr. Scahedi.
Abstain.
Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Yeah, you're good.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Founds.
Yes.
Ms. Carpenter.
She's not here.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye. And we have the, I'll call for the vote.
Mr. Scowheedy, you have to vote because you
Oh,
only have six.
okay.
The
All right.
motion will fail otherwise.
Okay, aye.
Motion passes 6-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. So, Blaine Scowheedy, you have been elected chair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I will now turn the meeting over to you for us.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I nominate Andrea Smith for secretary.
I second nomination. Andrea Smith has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Founds.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Chair Scahedi.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Scahedi.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0, Mr. Chair.
The vote is Andrea Smith has been elected secretary. I will now ask Dan Johnson, Director of Transportation and Development, to present the budget message.
Thank you, Chair Scowheedy. Thank you so much. Thanks for making time out of your busy day today. I don't have a lot of time, so I apologize. This is going to be a pretty quick presentation. But essentially, if you look at page 2 of your budget materials, I briefly want to run through the fact that we have three active urban renewal areas within Clackamas County. That's the North Clackamas Revitalization Area, Clackamas Town Center District, and the Clackamas Industrial Area. Only one of those currently has a levy and is securing revenue, which is the North Clackamas Revitalization Area. All the levies for all the other districts have been terminated, and you'll see that represented in the budget materials. There are 4 funds that we'll be looking at. The 353 or the 300 funds are basically our debt service funds or our tax increment funds, and there are 3 operating funds, one for every district, which we'll go through here. First, Fund 353, which is the tax increment fund for the North Clackamas Revitalization Area. You'll see within this fund, there still is revenue coming in from the tax increment for this particular district. We're estimating fiscal year 25-26 at approximately $5.7 million. All other revenues within this particular fund are primarily interest in nature with the revenues that we have in the beginning fund balance. Expenses essentially result in 2 different areas. One is debt service. We have 2 bonds, one of which are retiring next year in this particular area. So you see a debt service payment line that's covering that debt. And the second is a transfer. That's the transfer that goes into our operating fund, which we'll discuss here in one second. That's Fund 453. Looking at page 4, page 4 is our Clackamas Town Center Development Fund. There is no additional revenue coming into this fund from increment. The levy has been terminated. You will notice that revenue within this fund consists of 2 items. One is beginning fund balance, and the second is all other revenue resources. I want to highlight for the Budget Committee, essentially those revenue resources are the sale of assets, primarily property that was acquired by the agency throughout the years, which we are actively marketing. We have 2 particular properties that we have development agreements on now, and we'll be bringing those forward for completion and sale, which will result in revenue coming into the district, which we then plan to program out for 1 or 2 additional capital projects. You'll see in the expenditure lines, essentially you have about $2.5 million in capital. That capital is primarily we're looking to orient that capital in when the revenue is received from the land sales into the next phase of the Sunnyside Road project. If you recall, we just finished a pretty significant project, Clackamas Regional, CRC Mobility, thank you so much, which was the overpass over I-205. We had to phase that project in. We're looking to complete the second phase of that project, which is that phase that extends past 82nd Avenue down towards Harmony Campus with these additional revenues in future out years. Now is the Clackamas Industrial Area Fund. Again, this is an operating fund. There is no additional revenue coming into this, as with the other Clackamas Town Center Fund. We have beginning fund balance, and essentially some additional revenues that are primarily from rent. We rent a number of properties in this particular area and/or future land sales. We do have some capital expenditures programmed and planned in this area, all of which are around the Sunrise Corridor. We're actively working through the Sunrise Visioning Project, which is a project that's headed by our engineering program, our Visioning Services program. Jamie Stassi is heading that effort, but we're looking to galvanize that effort into either some grant funding through what they call regional flex funds allocations. So we have a match in here of essentially approximately a little over $2 million. And then in addition, we're looking to partner with the City of Happy Valley. They have an interim improvement, and that interim improvement is some improvements to the Rock Creek Highway 212, 224 intersection, which are part of the long-term plan. Our hope is to get a project built there here sooner rather than later to help deal with some of the congestion issues at that particular intersection. And last, but definitely not least, is our North Clackamas Revitalization Area Operating Fund. This is where we have the most activity. You can see in fiscal year 25-26, we have a pretty significant fund balance here. This has to do with the timing primarily of capital projects. We have a lot of capital work occurring in this particular district. You'll notice the other interfund transfers. We have $6 million. This was a transfer that came out of the increment fund or the savings account into this particular fund to be operational and expended. Expenditures in this particular fund are identified. As you can see, we have over $9 million planned for capital outlay in this particular fund, and all our other additional revenues are around special payments. Special payments are also capital in nature. We're actually partnering with our road fund to do some projects over around Johnson Creek Boulevard and 79th. But briefly, just to speak to the capital projects, we're just wrapping up the Linwood Avenue project, which is nearing completion. Our near-term plans are, like I said, for 79th at Johnson Creek Boulevard, some improvements there. And Monroe Street improvements is a pretty significant project that'll be kicking off here in this next fiscal year. Looking ahead, limited funds remain in the Clackamas Town Center and Clackamas Industrial Area districts. So we have to be targeted with those expenditures, making sure we get the biggest return for those investments of those dollars for the citizens of Clackamas County. There are a number of opportunities. Essentially, we have a number of properties where we are actively marketing, which will result in additional revenue, which will then result in additional projects that are out there. Through the liquidation of our assets. Like we shared earlier, we have 2 development agreements. Development agreements are the form in which we enter into a proposed sale of land. Essentially, that's different than an at-will sale. We actually hold them responsible for building what they're proposing to build to ensure it has value in regards to the number of jobs it creates and/or value in regards to the assessed value we see in the district, which is the purpose of a lot of these urban renewal efforts, is to increase the assessed value within these particular areas. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dan. Do any other members of the committee have any questions? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. I will take in-person testimony first. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person and virtual testimony?
Thank you, Chair Skohidi. If you are attending this meeting in person today and wish to comment, I'll ask you to please fill out a blue card and deposit it in the box next to my desk. Mr. Chair, seeing no one who wishes to comment in person today, with your assent, I'll now move to virtual testimony. If you are attending this meeting virtually and would like to comment, I'll now ask you to please raise your hand, and I will call on you in the order that I see. This is a final call. If you are attending this meeting virtually and would like to comment, to please raise your hand, and I will call on you in the order that I see. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public who wish to comment today, either in person or virtually.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. Do any committee members have any questions or comments? Hearing nothing further, I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
I move that the Developmental Agency Budget Committee approve the budget FY 25-26 in the amount of $41,638,819 with appropriations of $33,748,602 as presented.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Development Agency Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of $41,638,819 with appropriations of $33,748,602. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
Mr. Founds.
Aye.
Chair Skohidi.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. The vote is 6-0 and the motion passes. Is there any further business before this committee? Hearing none, this committee is adjourned.
I will now call to order the Service District Number 5 Lighting. Budget Committees, will you please introduce yourself for us? So start to my far right.
Jeffrey Davis. Paul Savas, Clackamas County Commissioner.
Kevin Bailey.
And Craig Roberts.
Mark Osland.
Martha Schrader.
Ryan Founds.
Right, thank you, and good morning, everyone. I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
I nominate Mark Osland as chair.
Second.
All right, and there's been a nomination for Mark Osland. It's been seconded by Jeffrey Davis. And are there any other nominations? Hearing none, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Founds.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Mr. Osland.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, I will now turn this meeting over to you, Mr. Osland.
I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I will nominate Ryan Founds as secretary. Second.
Ryan Founds has been nominated as secretary. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Mr. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Founds.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Osland.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
The vote is 7-0. Ryan Founds has been elected secretary. I will now ask Dan Johnson, Department of Transportation and Development Director, to present the budget meeting.
Thank you so much. First, a thank you to all of you for making time out of your busy day to join us. Some of you for 2 in a row. Congratulations, Ryan. We're here to talk about the district, or the budget for the Clackamas County Street Lighting District. This is a pretty straightforward budget. Essentially, we have, meaning Clackamas County, partners with Portland General Electric to provide street lighting throughout most of the urban area of Clackamas County. And essentially, there are, within this district, there are rates that are set for different types of lighting. And essentially, those rates are collected either via the tax statement or through payment in lieu of taxes. We receive those dollars, and the majority of those dollars then are turned around and paid back out to Portland General Electric, which essentially owns and operates the lighting that we see, but covers the electrical costs associated with that to operate those lights. Page 3 of the budget materials. As you can see right here, there is a beginning fund balance. Most of the revenue, again, that $2.2 million is set by rates. Those rates differ based on the type of lighting that was provided. There are residential, commercial, et cetera. You'll see that a large majority of the expenditures in this particular fund are under material and services. We're estimating about almost $2.8 million. That includes, primarily is inclusive of the lighting costs that we are seeing, and then essentially personnel costs. What's interesting is you'll look down the bottom right-hand corner, this slide does not show any FTE in this particular program. Essentially, these FTE reside in our engineering program, and they are reimbursed for those dollars for the expenditures. Wendy's great work, and I apologize, I'm joined by Wendy Coriel, our street lighting specialist, who operates the entire district on her behalf, or on your behalf, and her behalf, because she lives in the district as well. You will see that we do have special payments. It's an additional area in here. We are doing, you'll see from the budget materials and the budget message that Administrator Schmidt provided, we have been doing a lot of work where opportunities present themselves to partner with capital projects to expand or enhance street lighting throughout Clackamas County, especially for those areas that haven't historically received it. As you're familiar with, street lighting within the county is provided primarily through either capital construction or it's provided through requests from the citizens or through development. We are looking to target and enhance that lighting throughout the county to make it more reasonable and balanced throughout areas that may not have historically not have as much lighting or opportunity for lighting historically. There's a great summary of those projects on page 2 of the budget message if you have specific questions. Looking ahead, the challenges, I will be clear, we are not proposing any rate increase this year. However, we are seeing continued challenges with increase in electrical costs. Completion, a couple things that are balancing that out. We are going through conversions from our high pressure sodium lights to LED lights, which is providing efficiencies and so cost savings in those areas. So that's balancing out. But those are coming to an end. And so that work, we're going to kind of see kind of a normalization of these rates going forward. With the fluctuations in electrical costs, it's difficult to kind of forecast out a couple years. Essentially, for a lot of our programs, we like to forecast out at least 5 years at a time. It's difficult with some of the unknowns around that, so it's almost a year-by-year analysis on what those costs are going to be from our electrical provider. And then obviously those impacts, those increased electrical rates will have impacts on the citizens and the ratepayers within the district. Opportunities, we do have the ability to invest revenue from asset sales. This is a long time ago, but essentially lights, a large number of lights within the district were owned by the county, and we sold those lights to PGE, who went through an opportunity to update them to LED, and with that we got revenue. That revenue has helped us kind of stabilize the rates for the rate providers in the district. We're making investments with those dollars, like we talked about earlier, in high crime areas to increase safety for the citizens of Clackamas County where the opportunities present themselves. And like we discussed so far, we've been able to absorb those rates, but we'll have to look and see how we do that and if that's feasible in the future. The intent is to really stabilize the rate increases and make them small increases versus large increases over any given year. So we're running these revenues down in an attempt to kind of stabilize that rate. I think in the last 5 years, we've only had one modest rate increase. But prior to that, I believe it was in 08, 09, if I recall correctly, we had about a 15% rate increase, which caught us all by surprise. We don't want to ever be in that position again. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Chair, I'm sorry. So I am terribly sorry, members of the committee, but the slides you just saw are not in your packet.
I know.
And they weren't for the prior one either. I'm terribly sorry. The question is, are they online? So Andrew, would you look right now if they're online or not? But regardless, I apologize. We're getting copies made right now. I hope Mr. Johnson's description was enough, but if not, we'll pause if you wish to get you paper copies. But I sincerely apologize.
I can be more descriptive. So, in all honesty, you know, you're familiar with the budgets and the way the rates are increases. I mean, a couple key things from this district. Every year we look at, do we or do we not have to increase the rate? I'm sharing with you, we do not have to increase the rate, which is a good thing. We have money within this district to keep leveling that rate out, we think, for the foreseeable future. But again, if by some set of circumstances, Portland General Electric were to significantly raise the PGE rate, we'll have to take a look at that in future funding years. But we do have money this year, and hopefully out in the next couple of years to kind of balance that and make those small microscopic increases, again, versus any large increases. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do you remember off the top of your head, Dan, what the rate increase from PGE was in last year's budget?
I know the rate increase was minimal. Pardon me, make sure we're talking about rates. The electrical costs increase was minimal, and we didn't have any rate increase associated with that.
Right, but it mentions in here that there's an 18% increase in PGE rates this year. Do you remember what if they had an increase last year?
Last year's overall, I think it was 1%.
Okay.
So the way PG looks at the rates is they look at the entire, like, everyone that they serve. And then they take the district and they create a increase based on our district alone. And so if you hear in the news that, oh, PG is going up by 15%, doesn't necessarily mean that the district's going up 15%. Could mean that we're going up 1%. So we do that calculation, and with PGE, they run it for us to give us that estimate.
Which is a great example of what happened when the last significant rate increase we had, they said it was going to be smaller. And when they calculated it specifically for our district, it was sizable, so it was in the reverse.
Reverse, okay.
Chair. Commissioner Savas.
Commissioner Savas?
Thank you. I know this is usually one of the bright moments of the day, right? And then we have our little illuminating jokes, if you will, when we talk about the lighting district. But in all seriousness, Gary, is there a way to tone the lights down? Because it's really bright, it's going to trigger a migraine for me if I
Yes,
don't get in
staff
front
will
of
work
it.
on that right now.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dan, Mr. Johnson. Do any members of the committee have any other additional questions? I will now open the public hearing. I will take in-person testimony first. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person and virtual testimony?
Thank you, Chair. If you are attending this meeting in person today and wish to speak, I'll ask you to please fill out a blue card, which can be found in the table by my desk. This is a final call if you are attending this meeting in person today and wish to speak, to please fill out a blue card and deposit in the box that can be found by my desk. Mr. Chair, seeing no one who wishes to speak in person with your assent, I'll move to virtual testimony. If you are attending this meeting virtually and would like to testify, this is your opportunity to please raise your hand, and I will call on you in the order that I see. This is a final call. If you are attending this meeting virtually and would like to comment, please raise your hand, and I will call on you in the order that I see. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public who wish to comment either in person or virtually today.
Thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one who wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. Do any committee members have any questions or comments? Chair Savas?
I'm not sure. But,
Chair,
but
Commissioner Savas, sorry.
that's all right. So just a question, it's regarding the rates and any potential future rates. What happens in the event that the rates exceed revenues in the future? I mean, do we have any kind of a forecast that would, you know, I mean, how far are we looking in the future as far as any potential rates? What can we absorb?
We have approximately $900,000 in there currently in the reserve fund for in case, let's say it's end of days and the rate doesn't come in or taxes don't come in, there's money in there to kind of prioritize the street lighting within a certain amount to pay for those dollars. We'd have to appropriate those, but essentially there's money in the current budget to kind of help with some of that. We should never get into a set of circumstances where the costs exceed the revenue, because we should be able to set a rate that forecasts that unless we have some astronomical increase. And that'll be a broader discussion, probably with the Board of County Commissioners, to assess what we really want to do from that point further. Because if those rates costs, those operational costs outpace the rate to such a point, to such a degree, we're probably going to have a discussion around what lights we work and where, if that ever came to be into fruition.
Yeah, everyone will hear this throughout the day today about districts especially. That is my concern, that with the fixed tax rates, the potential for shortfalls, if you will, and not so much this district, but the several today that we're going to be talking about, literally where costs are exceeding revenues. And so just want to know if there's a plan, and, you know, we'll discuss it next year or in between as far as what that looks like, not knowing what PG is going to do. But I just want to draw everyone's attention that I will be asking this question all day long.
And that's a really good question, because essentially, unlike a lot of the other districts, it doesn't have a fixed rate. It has rates for the lights that can be adjusted through the process. But there will be other discussions regarding that, most definitely.
Right. Sorry for the dim discussion there.
Way to mood light the place is kind of good.
And thanks for the lights adjustment.
Any additional questions or comments? Hearing nothing further, I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
I move that the Service District Number 5 Street Lighting Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of $5,134,878, with the appropriations of $3,442,545 as presented.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Service District Number 5 Street Lighting Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 25-26 fiscal year in the amount of $5,134,878, with appropriations of $3,442,545 as presented with revision. As presented. Is there any other further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Mr. Founds,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Oslin.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
The vote is 7-0 and the motion passes. Is there any further discussion before this committee? Hearing none, this committee is adjourned.
I now call to order the Library District of Clackamas County Budget Committee. Will members of the committee please introduce yourselves, and I'll start clear on my right. Commissioner?
Commissioner Paul Savis.
Desiree Thomas.
Al Mateco.
And Craig Roberts.
Mark Osland.
Martha Schrader.
Caroline Chemnitzer.
And that's all.
Good morning, everyone. And I will now open the floor for nomination for chair.
I nominate Alan Matenka. Second.
All right, Alan Matego has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Schrader,
Here.
This is a vote.
Oh, aye. Sorry, guys. I was looking at the new information. Aye. Okay. Sorry about that.
Mr. Oslin,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis,
Aye.
Ms. Kemitzer,
Aye.
Ms. Thomas,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Mr. Mateco.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, the vote is Alan Mateko has been elected chair, and with that, it's my honor to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Before I take the nominations for secretary, I do want to thank Gary Schmidt Paul Savis for their work over the years with the libraries, the library district. We have library district advisory committee meetings, and I think Paul, even though he comes as a member of the Clackamas County Board, he is an ex de facto meeting of our group as well. He's been doing this since I've been there for about 7 or 8 years, Paul. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank Gary for his, and Gary, you can show your original card. Gary has one of the original cards of being a library member here in Clackamas County. I also want to thank Rick Peterson, who isn't here, but Rick delivers the goods to the county through the work of people like Sarah and others. And just want to thank all those and all people who support the library, our Library District Advisory Committee members, and our library directors, who are very important throughout every library city that we have. So with that, I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I nominate Mark Osland as secretary.
Second.
Mark Aslan has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye, I got it right this time. Okay.
Mr. Osland,
Aye.
Ms. Kemitzer,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis,
Aye.
Ms. Thomas,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Mateko.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. The vote is Mark Aslan has been elected secretary. I will now ask Dan Johnson. Dan's done a great job with the libraries as well. Director of Transportation Development, to present the budget message, and sitting next to him is Deidre Lawson, who's done a wonderful job getting our committee together and going over things. So Dan and Deidre, it's your floor.
Great, thank you so much. First and foremost, a heartfelt thank you for those who made time out of their busy day to be here for this important process. It may not seem like a lot, but it basically funds all the libraries within Clackamas County, which is important to the citizens of Clackamas County, so thank you for your time. We are here to discuss with you the library service district budget. And this is one of the most interesting budgets we have because they're as beneficial as it is, there isn't a lot to it. A lot of these dollars essentially pass through the program. Andrew, can you hit me? There you go. Go to the next one. Or am I back on? Oh, there we go. Thank you. You'll see the total budget that we have before you today is a little over $26 million. Just to revisit the fact, in 2008, the voters of Clackamas County approved a county library district with a permanent rate. This gets into some of the discussion that Commissioner Stavis was having earlier regarding permanent rates for our districts. As you will see, when you look at the top portion of this slide, this is the revenue that we have for this particular program. You'll see the taxes line is the revenue that comes in off the permanent rate, which we're estimated a little bit over $25 million. We have some additional dollars in there, around $60,000 for payment in lieu of tax. There's other revenue that come into this particular district. And then you're going to see the essentially the line that says all other revenue resources. This is something we've discussed with you over the past couple years. When DTD was blessed to inherit this program, our partners at BCS joined with DTD. Deidre Landon, to my right, had a fabulous idea to build some variance in this particular budget. The ability to do so allows us to get the money more quickly out to the libraries. So essentially, this is a variance, so if there's additional revenue that's raised above and beyond what we're projecting, not all projections are accurate, but it allows us to get those dollars out to the library more quickly and more efficiently, which has been great. You'll see the expenditures below. There are 0 operational costs. We do not charge a dime. We do not charge a dime for Deidre's amazing service and the work that she does and her team. These dollars basically come in and they go out, and that was a part of the commitment to the citizens of Clackamas County. There wouldn't be any overhead costs or operational costs associated with it. So the money comes in and we distribute it out through Deidre's program and the good work to partner with our library cities that are spread throughout Clackamas County. Just to that last slide. Perfect, thank you so much. Looking ahead, challenges, there's, as with everything nowadays, there's increasing operational costs, and we have heard from some of our libraries that have concerns about the current rate that's out there and the ability to meet the needs of the community with that particular rate. There are discussions, in fact, there's a task force advancing, Commissioner Sabas is readily familiar with this, to assess the current rate and if there's interest in revisiting that rate at a future date. We will, just to let you know, we did add a third transfer to the libraries historically to make sure all those dollars are getting out as efficiently and effectively as we can. This has made sure that every dollar is coming out of the particular fund and is getting distributed to those libraries throughout Clackamas County. So, like I said, the budget's pretty straightforward. There's money that comes in from the rate. We assess that rate and distribute that rate out to the various library cities, and they build it within their budgets. The desire that we have is to make sure our budget is as accurate as possible to ensure that these cities, library cities, can actually program their budgets within their bienniums to make sure they're getting those expenditures out to the citizens of their particular city or unincorporated Clackamas County. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do any members of the committee have any questions? I will now open the public hearing session. I will take in-person testimony first. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person and virtual testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're attending this meeting in person today and wish to comment, I'll ask you to please come forward and fill out a blue card and deposit in the box by my desk. This is a final call. If you're attending this meeting in person and wish to comment, to please fill out a blue card. Mr. Chair, seeing no members of the public who wish to comment either in person or virtually today, I'll now turn back to you.
Thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one who wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. Do any committee members have any questions or comments? Hearing nothing.
Mr. Chair, over here.
Yes, Paul. Commissioner Savis.
Thank you, Chair Matico. I just want to say that Dan touched on it, and first of all, I want to thank Mr. Matico for his participation, not just here today, but on all the library work that's being done to try to solve this problem. The fixed rate and the cost exceeding revenues is resulting in some libraries having limited hours and conflicts, so to speak, with the ballot measure in 2008 to expand hours or to hold hours at a certain minimum rate. So I appreciate the work we're doing. Just want to let everyone know that we're trying to work on this problem with the partnership with the cities and the community in a task force. I want to thank the administrator for allowing that committee work to continue to find a solution. It's just another example of the needs out there, again, are exceeding the revenues. And lastly, at least the link network is relatively protected, as I understand it, right? The funding is, it's like off the top and the remainder. Is that how the funding goes, or is it a fixed amount for link?
All that money is going, all this money is going to the library cities.
Yes.
It does not go to Link. But we have that discussion later as a part of our budget.
Okay,
Yep.
all right. Thank you.
Commissioner Roberts, you have a question?
Yeah, hi, Dan. Hey, I know in some of the other districts, they have either indirect cost or allocated cost, and it sounds like there isn't here. And maybe you can explain, was that an agreement or trying to understand that it's all?
I hearken back to when the district was established. There was a commitment as a part of that effort to establish a district that there would be zero operational costs because the county was already assuming that role and that responsibility to distribute and fund those programs. But as a part of that, I don't want to say the word promise. I'm not sure if that's the word. Maybe somebody who has more of a history with the rate can educate that. But there was a commitment at that point in time that the county would still have operational costs, wouldn't pay for that.
All right, thank you, Dan.
I'm going to answer that. There's no staff in this, quote, district. It's simply a pass-through of tax dollars. So there is no allocated cost to pay because there's no staff. There's no function other than to pass the money through to the cities.
But just a follow-up question, but your finance does the pass-through stuff? Is that how it works? Right, okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I want to second what Commissioner Savis said. We do want to thank Gary for his timely involvement in getting a task force put together that will answer some of these challenges, because there are in the library world, haves and there are have-nots, and we want to help those have-nots become a have in the library system. So thank you very much, Gary. Thank you, Commissioner Savas, as well. Hearing nothing further, I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
I move that the Library District of Clackamas County Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of $26,258,827 as presented, with appropriations of $26,258,827, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of 39.74 cents per thousand of assessed value within district boundaries.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Library District of Clackamas County Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of $26,258,827 with appropriations of $26,258,827 as presented with revisions as discussed, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of 0.3974 cents per 1,000 of assessed value within the district boundaries. Is there any other further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Ms. Kemetzer.
Aye.
Mr. Oslin.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Ms. Thomas.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Mateko.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
The vote is passed. Thank you very much for voting and supporting your libraries. Is there any further business before this committee? Hearing none, this committee is adjourned.
I will now call to order the Board of the Housing Authority of Clackamas County. Clerk, would you ask our resident Commissioner Ann Linkstra to join us, please?
Mr. Chair, I do not see Commissioner Leenstra present online today.
All right, thank you. The board, I'll just move ahead then. The board is designated as the governing body for the Housing Authority and will act as the Budget Committee. Will the members of the Budget Committee please introduce themselves? I'll ask you to start on the right, Commissioner.
Chair, I am Paul Savas, Clackamas County Commissioner, but I would like to just ask a point of order question in regard to what is the minimum quorum. I thought it was 4. So if it is, it's not, it's 3?
The quorum for the Housing Authority is 3 of the 6. This is anomaly from what your normal quorum rules are, but it is true. We double, triple checked the bylaws before this meeting started. It is 3. You do have a quorum present.
Okay. And to my left, introduce yourself.
Commissioner Martha Schrader.
All
Good morning,
right.
everybody.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm Craig Roberts, Clackamas County Commission Chair. I'll now ask Mary Rumbaugh, Health, Housing, and Human Services Director, Shannon Callahan, Housing and Community Development Division Director, Executive Director for the Housing Authority, to present the budget message for us. Mary and Shannon, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Health, Housing, and Human Services, often referred to as H3S, serves as the administrative home for the Housing Authority of Clackamas County, or HACC. HACC is a public agency established under Oregon law, ORS 456, which gives it its own governance and financial oversight. While it operates independently, especially when it comes to federal funding and accounting, it's still considered part of the county's overall budget as a component unit. In practice, this means HACC has its own budget and funding rules, but remains supported by H3S for staffing, operations, and policy alignment. Mostly funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, the authority owns and manages a portfolio of 391 public housing and other affordable housing units. The agency also administers rent assistance for 3,000 households, including the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program, Metro Supportive Housing Services Regional Long-Term Rent Assistance, and an Oregon Housing and Community Development state-funded rent assistance program. The individuals served are seniors, people with disabilities, and families who have previously experienced homelessness. In looking at slide 2, the proposed FY 25-26 budget for the Housing Authority totals just over $127 million, which reflects an 18% increase, about $19 million, over the current year's amended budget. This increase is largely due to one-time revenue carried forward from the sale of scattered site properties, which will be reinvested in future housing development. A key point I would like to emphasize HACC does not receive any county general fund support. Its funding comes from federal, state, regional, and other external sources, and its operations are fully sustained through these channels. Next year, we are proposing to add 3 new positions to support tenant transitions from public housing to housing choice vouchers, as well as to expand administrative and policy support, particularly in areas tied to federal compliance and supportive housing operations. Our next slide is a detailed breakdown of revenue and expenditures. HACC generally does not carry a beginning fund balance due to its different accounting requirements. However, in FY 25-26, just over $1.1 million is being carried over from this year's contingency budget in order to match cash inflows and outflows. The funding source of these are development funds, specifically cash receipts earned on loans, and deferred developer fees from investment properties. These funds will be used for development costs of new low-income housing projects. As you can see, HACC's primary source of revenue is federal, state, local, and other outside sources, just over $106 million of total revenue. About 30% of these funds are federal funds through allocation from HUD. The revenues projected for next year are based on what we know today and could change depending on what happens in the fall with federal budget decisions. Overall, the revenue is projected up 3% over this year and an average 38% over the last 3 years, primarily due to the Supportive Housing Service, or SHS measure, that began realizing funds in 2022. The decrease in charges and fees is due to the estimated number of public housing units that are expected to go offline throughout the year. As public housing revenue declines, affordable housing revenue will increase, however, not necessarily timed exactly to be a one-to-one replacement. So future years may see a decline before we're able to backfill with new revenue. All other revenue includes the one-time net proceeds from the sale of scattered sites, about $15 million that I mentioned earlier, and about $1.2 million in surplus cash receipts on limited partnership notes and deferred development fees. On the expenditure side, personnel cost increases are consistent with increases in fringe benefit costs and the new positions to run the Supportive Housing Service Team, Section 8 vouchers, and the transition out of public housing. Materials and services, as well as capital outlay decreases, are again consistent with the phasing out of public housing units. Special payments are mostly housing assistance payments and disbursements of Metro loans for the development of new projects. The contingency line reflects the $15 million I mentioned on the revenue side for the sale of scattered sites that is carried over to expenditures as restricted funds for new housing development. In future years, you may see revenue from sales recategorized on the expenditure side into a new line item that better represents the purpose and restrictions of these funds. But for the time being, it's being captured in the contingency line. I would now like to hand the remainder of the presentation over to Shannon Callahan.
Good morning. Looking ahead, I want to talk a little bit about the challenges facing the Housing Authority. Those include a reduction in supportive housing funding that is impacting local rent assistance efforts. The Housing Authority currently administers the local rent assistance program using Metro resources. As you're aware, Metro's forecast for supportive housing services tax collections anticipates lower than expected revenue through fiscal year 29-30. In response, the authority has prioritized minimizing impacts on existing voucher holders and has paused the issuance of any new local rent assistance vouchers. This projected shortfall highlights that any further diversion or reduction in SHS funds would likely necessitate cuts to current rent assistance commitments and other vital services. Another pressing challenge, as Mary indicated, is the shift in revenue streams associated with our repositioning strategy. As we redevelop or sell public housing assets, we anticipate a short-term decline in operating revenue. While revenue from newly developed affordable housing and vouchers will increase over time, there may be a timing gap between the closure of public housing units and the opening of new affordable housing units. To address this, we are actively developing a financial sustainability plan for the next 5 years to ensure continued operational stability. Finally, federal funding uncertainty remains a significant concern. HUD funding is the cornerstone of our programs. Any delays or reductions in federal support will have ripple effects on housing stability for vulnerable residents and our staffing capacity. Despite these challenges, we have key strategic opportunities that will allow us to improve our services to the community, to provide more affordable housing opportunities, and to enhance our operational efficiency. Our moving to work designation from HUD continues to provide the authority with flexibility to streamline our operations and enhance services. We are leveraging the status to adopt new moving to work activities tailored to local needs, including a highly successful asset building program. By the end of this year, the program will have helped at least 7 housing authority families become homeowners. In the coming years, we plan to expand the use of our moving to work authority to improve community services, enhance operational efficiency, and reduce burdens on those we serve. The repositioning strategy approved by this board enables us to replace an aging housing stock, leverage state and federal funding, issue vouchers to current tenants in repositioned properties, and increase the overall supply of affordable housing in Clackamas County. By year end, we will open the first 100 units under the repositioning strategy at Hillside Park, and an additional 175 more will open at the beginning of next year. Overall, Hillside Park will provide 500 new affordable homes through repositioning. This year, we will also begin construction on 200 new affordable homes at Clackamas Heights, leveraging a $36 million award in state funds. And we will expand pathways to low and moderate income homeowners through the sale of our scattered site properties. Repositioning our assets now positions the Housing Authority for long-term financial sustainability, decreases our reliance on antiquated federal funding, and enhances our ability to respond to future housing challenges with capital resources to create more affordable housing for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. So that is the end of our budget presentation. We look forward to any questions you might have.
All right, Commissioners, questions? I see Commissioner, well, both of you up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
I just have a question now. Explain to this moving to work to me. This is a new term for me.
Mm-hmm.
Are you working in concert, for example, with our workforce board on these issues? Is it actively getting people into the workforce as part of a prosperity initiative? What's the framework for this?
Commissioner Schrader, thank you for the question. Moving to work is a designation from HUD, from Housing and Urban Development, that is awarded to a special handful of housing authorities that are deemed high performers and have asked for what's called moving to work flexibility. We are one of a cohort of about, that was expanded about 3 years ago and approved by HUD. So even though it's called moving to work, it has to do more with changing our operations and flexibility more than necessarily what you would think of as workforce. And under that designation, we've created the asset building cohort, which is helping our public housing residents build resources to become homeowners.
In order to get equity in a home.
Yes.
So probably tangentially that involves workforce, because in order to, you're hopeful that they're getting the jobs they need in order to gain the dollars to purchase, but you don't have a direct role on that piece.
We do not.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Schrader. Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I just want to clarify if I heard you right. So putting I think the explanation on the supportive housing services elements are understood and, understand the uncertainty of that. But shifting over to the sticks and bricks part of it with the repositioning, selling off some of those homes and also closure and then rebuilding Hillside, do you have a flow chart or a graph that shows those spikes, I guess, or anticipated revenue changes, I guess, if you will? And is this something we're worried about or we need to be careful about?
I don't think we're worried about it. I think it's something that we need to manage for and understand where those spikes are. We do have the financial information and are looking kind of at that spike and decline activity. We're also overlaying some additional resources that will come to us from this repositioning strategy. and then anticipating when the income comes in from vouchers. So I wouldn't say it is a worry, but it is something that we actively have to manage to make sure that we maintain streamlined operations.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Schrader has.
Yeah, I've been trying to think about this because the SHS funding seems to be decreasing at this point. And I remember originally when we first got the dollars, we were watching them closely to get a sense of what that stream would be. I remember that, and it actually exceeded expectations. What is the underlying assumption as to why suddenly it isn't stable? I mean, I think it's because it's an income tax, I think, because that's what concerns me. It's a good inflow, but if it lacks stability, how are we gonna manage this?
Commissioner Schrader, thank you for the question. So I think in looking at the limited history that we have with SHS tax collections, first of all, income taxes, both on the business side and personal, are a volatile source. They're not as dependable as, say, a property tax source of funding. However, what we think happened, especially initially where the tax was much more than what we had expected, is that we think that people have now been able to kind of better manage to paying the taxes. As you know, people with higher incomes or business taxes choose when they may sell an asset, choose how they may deal with their personal portfolio, and we think the initial spikes were just people not knowing how to kind of anticipate the tax and manage for their own personal wealth, as it were. But it is a highly volatile source, subject to economic considerations. At this point, we do think it is generally leveled out, but still remains somewhat volatile. Obviously, if things change with the other economic markets, we could see other fluctuations. But what we really wanted to highlight, I think, is any further erosion of the tax, either by using it for other sources. As you know, there were conversations about using it for affordable housing development. That will just further decrease the tax.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
And Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, just add at least a little bit of insight from my perspective, and that is that on the SHS, I think they did not accurately calculate how much of the revenue stream was back taxes as well, which had this artificial bump, and then, we're over collecting, which triggered Metro to say, we're over collecting, so let's reduce the rate. And then when it actually leveled off, they had two things that would jeopardize revenue for supported housing services. Number one, the decline in payroll. The decline or the stabilization of that amount of money, as well as the idea of shifting some of those funds to a potential measure that would build sticks and bricks. And I would probably imagine that we've got revenue, we have projects going on, but I don't know what the right balance is between supporting housing services and the trends, as well as, if there is a shift, that's going to take away supporting housing. If they leave the rate fixed or reduce it, I mean, the math says that there's going to be less SHS dollars, and they'll be shifted to sticks and bricks, let's just say. The other thing that's happening is the exodus of businesses that are leaving, right? And so when they leave, their employees, so I'm concerned not only at this level, but also at the state level, which is all payroll-based, or mostly payroll-based, that there'll be another decline or a trending downwards I'm concerned about, and I think the latest revenue forecast for the state is a demonstration of that, because they have less revenues than they anticipated. So this has got a multiplier that I don't think everyone's really calculated or baked into our forecasting for this particular
Thank you for that,
sphere.
because I'm trying to understand the economics of it, and we've had such stability for years because we're the oldest housing authority, and we have excellent people who know what they're doing, quite frankly, who do an excellent job. So I worry about the stress it puts on our folks who do this work. So thank you for everything you do, because we're trying to understand that dynamic out there.
Right. You
Yeah, I'm
finished? I
done.
didn't want to
Yeah.
cut you off at all. Just a quick question, and that is particularly the federal dollars that you receive, and I think we all have some concern about the continuing of those federal dollars. And also kind of a concern I can have, and maybe you could speak to it, is on the kind of federal billing for allowable funds for indirect cost or allocated cost. And I know that the federal government has like a 2 CFR 200 and their cost allocation plan, and want to make sure that you both feel like we're in that scope of meeting the guidelines of that, and have we ever had a problem with that in the past? Kind of trying to understand that.
So it is a little different, so I'll let Shannon
Sure.
answer that.
So, as a public housing agency, the majority of our funds from HUD actually come from vouchers, which go directly out in rent assistance payments to local landlords. And then we don't follow the exact same type of rules for federal grants. We have an administrative allocation that comes from HUD as a percentage of the vouchers that we distribute. And so our funding, though also restricted, is just a little different than most of the other grant funding that you'd see, like CDBG or other types of funding across the county.
Okay.
And we're, at this point, not concerned that we're not within our the scope of our administrative costs. And if we get concerned, what we do is we make operational changes.
Okay. Commissioner Savas.
I have a question for the chair. Just trying to understand your question and maybe add a little layer of this is that, so you're talking about the federal federal cost versus the CFR. So my question is that really something that's a concern as much as it is perhaps the administrative cost for the supportive housing services? Because there's a percentage taken right off the top, which is going to Metro. Metro has probably more staff than, well, I know they have way more staff for support than we do, and we're delivering a lot of the services, but I think they might have more staff than Clackamas and Washington County combined, maybe Multnomah County as well. So I hope there's a look at administrative fees for some of these federal dollars, because that's really where the dollars get reduced more than the perhaps, but I'll look into that. You said CFR 200?
Yeah, it's 2 CFR-200, and really, I think just trying to make sure that that we're within those guidelines. And then I also agree with you, Paul, is some of the SHS dollars, they have, as you said, a lot of overhead. And that's one of the things sitting on that committee is our discussion about that. So we're just trying to make sure that we're using every dollar as effectively as we can. Want to make sure we don't jeopardize any kind of state or federal dollars. And so just wanting to make sure we're in that direction. So appreciate your work. You guys are doing a great job. And I think unless there's no other questions, do you have any, Paul?
No.
Then I'll go ahead and turn it over to public testimony. So Andrew, would you please moderate the in-person and virtual testimony for us?
Thank you, Chair. If you are attending this meeting in person today and wish to comment, I ask you to please fill out a blue card and deposit it in the box by my desk. This is a final call. If you're attending this meeting in person today and wish to comment, please fill out a blue card. Seeing none and seeing no other members of the public online, Mr. Chair, I see no members of the public who wish to comment today, either in person or virtually.
All right. So hearing no further, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair,
this budget.
I move that the committee approve the fiscal year 2025-26 budget for the Housing Authority of Clackamas County in the amount of $127,212,221.
Second?
All right, so Commissioner has moved committee to approve fiscal year 2025 2026 budget for the Housing Authority of Clackamas County in the amount of $127,217,221. It's been seconded by Commissioner Schrader. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. If there's no further business, this committee will now be adjourned. So thank you both very much.
Thank you.
I will now call to order the 4-H and Extension Service District Budget Committee. Will members of the committee please introduce themselves, and if we could start all the way at Commissioner Savas. Could you start us off, sir?
Paul Savas, Clackamas County Commissioner.
Cheryl Kythen, OSU Extension Service.
Ed Winkler, Chair of the Committee. I guess that's the right thing.
Hi, Craig Roberts, Commission Chair. Go ahead.
Don Wiley, Extension Service.
Martha Schrader, County Commissioner.
All right, I will now open the floor for nominations for Chair.
I nominate Edwin Winkler III for chair.
And is there a
I second.
Right. Edwin Winkler III has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Mr. Winkler.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Wiley.
Aye.
Ms. Keithan.
Here. Yes. Kythen, it's Kythen.
Apologies, thank you.
I know, it looks like Keithen.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, it's my honor to now turn this meeting over to Edwin Winkler III, has been elected chair. Thank you, sir, for stepping up.
I will now open the floor for nominations for Secretary.
I nominate Cheryl Kythen.
I will second that. Cheryl Kythen has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, will you please call the poll?
Ms. Kythen.
Yes.
Mr. Wiley.
Yes.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Winkler.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0, Mr. Chair.
The vote is 6-0. Cheryl Kythen has been elected secretary. I will now ask Leah Sundquist, county liaison, to present the budget message.
Good afternoon, Chair Roberts and commissioners, representatives. Today I want to go ahead and present our budget. Go ahead, next slide. You'll see here that the budget for this next year is proposed at $18,706,852. It's an increase of approximately $2,817,000. Next slide. The only change in this budget, as you can see in the bottom left corner, I believe, of your slide where it shows the red uptick in budget, is when we were looking at purchasing the potential Bob's Red Mill site and needed to make sure that we had funds in the correct lines of accounting for this next fiscal year. So you'll see in the capital outlay that there was a $11,500,000 that was added in. It was previously in reserves. And then in contingency, you'll see $4,833,000 that was taken from reserves as well. So our reserves is reduced by those two lines. And those are the only changes in budget, and balances us out at the proposed 8,706. Next slide. Challenges: funding and billing coordination between 3-4 different organizations. When you look at OSU Extension, Extension and 4-H Service District, and the county in terms of how the funding will be vetted and streamlined to ensure that maintenance costs remain steady. and we don't have a significant increase to the current budget as we've forecasted. We don't have any knowledge of what the costs are gonna be as we go through this process. The new building location will potentially reflect higher charges, since there's only gonna be 2 entities in terms of tenant or partnership, in terms of expenditures for services and outlay for countywide costs. We don't know what that cost share is gonna be going into this new partnership with the community college. I did sit on the request for proposal interview process. 4 architects were selected. I sat on that, and as of Friday, they have selected an architect, so that's where we're at in terms of the opportunities. New facility will allow for, we hope, a larger space for new programs and services, but that's unknown also at this time. So there's a lot of hesitancy going into this new proposal. Next slide. I would like to say that I provided you with our annual report that we do every year, and that's to ensure that our constituents have information in terms of our performance and what we do in terms of accountability for the residents in Clackamas County. We distributed that via our webpage, Facebook, and all of our program pages. Reflects our accomplishments, the work of the faculty. We do have some unknowns in terms of on the OSU side with the service district in terms of some of the federal government things that are happening right now, as you all are aware and are probably experiencing as well. So we want to continue to ensure that we're fiduciarily responsible for the funds that we're privileged to have from the service district at this time. Is there any questions from me? Commissioner Savas?
Yeah, so I know it's preliminary, but I was just trying to understand, just for clarification, that the bond the college passed was for a capital contribution to this particular project. Is that correct?
That's only for the community college. The bond is only specific to the community college. It does not pertain to the service district or to OSU Extension.
Okay, my understanding that there would be a portion of that would go towards that.
No, our 15 million is going towards that project in addition to their bond. Additionally, another 8 million in a grant that they are hoping to receive. But the bond does not include the service district.
And who's funding the preliminary work right now? Who's gonna be funding that?
We don't know. That's still unresolved.
Okay.
I'm working on an MOA. I have a draft, and that draft will then go to Nancy, and it will go to the CFO at the community college. And my hope is that I or my boss will be involved in that MOA in regards to how the funding flows and how the allocations for construction costs and everything happen, because right now it's all unknown. We know that we're contributing money, but we don't know the size of space we're gonna get, what would be considered shared, or what would be considered ours.
Well, thank you, Leah. It's a question, a sincere question, and that is the district board, in this case the county commissioners, how can we be more engaged in this investment?
I think support the Extension and 4-H Service District and OSU Extension is what I'm asking for. Because right now I have advisory council, I have volunteers, and I have faculty who are very frustrated with the process and with the, with all due respect, no support right now. We don't have wealthy individuals to speak on our behalf. We have volunteers. We have myself, we have my boss, and we have our boss, the director. And so I think the question would be to ask the volunteers who have been here since 2008. We know that the decision was made to go with the community college. We are on that bus. We are going down that path, but we need to know that the interests of the service district money and the interests of extension are going to be met as a partner, not as a tenant. And I have sat in meetings where it has been perceived that we're going to be a tenant.
So respectfully, I would just ask going forward, I know we're in the budget, it's a budget discussion, but just going forward, that we've got a responsibility as the board to be engaged, and we bring a certain level of gravitas to the table with the college. So the fact that we're not engaged, all I'm saying is that we need to be engaged and we need to be included. So a lot of what you're sharing, unfortunately, is news.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be. We should be regularly informed of this venture. We are the board.
My boss will be communicating with you all now instead of me.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I will now open the discussion to public hearing. I will take in-person testimony first. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person and virtual testimony?
If you are attending this meeting in person today and wish to comment, I'll ask you to please fill out a blue card and deposit it in the box by my desk. This is a final call. If you're attending this meeting in person and wish to comment, please fill out a blue card and deposit in the box by my desk. Mr. Chair, seeing no one in person who wishes to speak today and seeing no members of the public online, I see no one else, either online or in person, who wishes to speak today.
Thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one wishes to speak, I will now close the public testimony. Do any committee members have any questions or comments? Hearing nothing further, I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
I move that the 4-H and Extension Service District Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal 25-26 in the amount of $18,706,852 as presented with appropriations of $18,706,852 and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of 0.05 cents per thousand of assessed value within district boundaries.
I second that.
It has been moved and seconded that 4-H and Extension Service District Budget Committee approve the budget for the FY 25-26 fiscal year in the amount of $18,706,852 with appropriations of $18,706,852 and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of $0.0500 per $1,000 of assessed value within district boundaries. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, clerk, will you please call the poll?
Ms. Kythen,
Yes.
Mr. Wiley,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Winkler.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0, Mr. Chair.
The vote is 6-0, and the motion passes. Is there any further business for this committee? Hearing none, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
I will now call to order the Clackamas Water Environmental Services Budget Committee. Will the members of the committee please introduce themselves, and could we start over to the right with our mayor from Oregon City?
Yes, good morning. Denise McGriff. I represent the city of Oregon City on the West Advisory Committee.
Paul Savas, Clackamas County.
Craig Roberts, Clackamas County Chair.
William Gifford, member of the Budget Committee as a ratepayer.
Martha Schrader, County Commissioner.
Carol Breik, West Advisory Committee.
Joining you online is Neil Schulman. Mr. Schulman, would you please say hello? You're muted.
Thank you. Neil Schulman, member of the West Advisory Committee and Executive Director of the North Clackamas Watershed Council.
Thank you, Mr. Schulman. You have 7 members present, Chair. Go ahead.
All right, good morning, everyone. I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
I nominate William Gifford for chair.
Second.
All right, there's been a nomination for William Gifford as chair. It's been seconded. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Ms. Breik.
Yes.
Director Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Gifford.
Aye.
Mayor McGriff.
Aye.
Director Schrader.
Aye.
Mr. Schulman.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, at this time, I will turn this meeting over to William Gifford. Go
Thank you,
ahead,
Chair.
sir.
I will open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I nominate Denise McGriff for secretary.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Denise has been, McGriff has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? And hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Mr. Schulman.
Aye.
Director Schrader.
Aye.
Mayor McGriff.
Aye.
Director Savas.
Aye.
Ms. Breik.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Gifford.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
The result is 7-0, and Denise McGriff has been elected secretary. And I'll now ask Greg Geist, Director of Clackamas Water and Environment Services, to present the budget message. Mr. Geist.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Budget Committee. We're here to present the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget for Water and Environment Services. Aaron Blue, Finance Manager, passed out a handout earlier with some questions that were asked by Christopher Bowker, so you have that in front of you. I'm shooting for boring but informative today. Thank you, Budget Committee. The citizen members here today are not just members of the West Budget Committee, but also serve on our advisory committee. We appreciate their input throughout the year, and we're especially grateful for their feedback and participation in West's budget process. This year, we've structured a budget totaling $247.6 million, reflecting strategic financial management to support our ongoing operations and major capital projects, ensuring we continue to delivering essential wastewater and surface water services to the community. Looking at this first slide, as you can see from the bright yellow columns on this slide, West receives no general fund support, and as a not-for-profit government utility, we rely primarily on service rates to fund our operations. Looking down at the bottom, you'll see total budget changes for the current fiscal year are driven by capital. Focusing on the FY 25-26 total budget column, West's total proposed budget is a decrease of 12%, or $34.1 million from the current year's budget, due to a decrease in construction and SDC spending from the current year's high, in alignment with the adopted 5-year capital improvement plan. Looking at capital outlay, upper left, near the top, capital outlay continues to be West's most significant annual expenditure, with $51 million proposed for next fiscal year. The budget includes funding for 25 distinct wastewater and stormwater capital projects and 11 recurring capital programs that ensure service reliability and support future growth. Looking down to the right at the bottom of the slide for staffing, there's 3 new positions funded there. Our population is growing and the scale of our infrastructure is expanding along with that growth. To meet the needs of our growing community and infrastructure, this budget includes 3 new FTE. The new positions will be converted from temporary seasonal positions and will focus on surface water infrastructure maintenance. So these were recurring 6-month positions that we would fill. It would go 6 months, we'd fill it again. So we just wanted to make, we need the work done, we wanted to make them permanent. Next slide. Okay, looking at the proposed rate increase, that's the fourth line down. The sanitary sewer operating fund accounts for all of West's wastewater operating and maintenance expenses. The primary resource is monthly service charges under the line charges, fees, licenses, permits, which are budgeted to increase as a result of the continuing growth in the service area and a proposed 5% increase to rates, in alignment with our long-range financial plan and advisory committee recommendations. The rate increases are outlined for each of Wes's services on page 20 of the budget document. Most households in our service area would see an increase of $1.25 per month or $15 per year. Rates are set to cover the cost of service, and proposed rate increases are needed to meet increasing operating costs and provide funding for the projects on our board-adopted 5-year CIP. Looking at the operating budget, middle of the slide, materials and services. We continue to face inflationary pressures that affect our operating costs, budgeting under the line materials and services, particularly in labor, which constitutes about half of the operating budget, as well as electricity costs, which have increased about 40% over the last 5 years. In order to keep our rates for service reasonable and affordable, an important constraint in our financial planning is for annual materials and services costs to increase no more than 5%. As you can see from this slide, despite the cost pressures we're facing, the proposed budget is within this planning target with an increase of just 4%. Accomplishing this required staff to prioritize expenditures for one-time initiatives and reduce spending on non-essential line items. We also continue to incorporate vacancy assumptions to accurately budget for labor and are actively working to control energy costs. Speaking of energy, our mantra, or my mantra, is to make more and use less. As far as the using less, one of the goals in West's strategic plan is to reduce energy consumption by 10%. This fiscal year to date, staff has achieved a 10.8% reduction, which is above our target, making operational changes as part of our participation in the Strategic Energy Management Program. We're also receiving financial incentives for participating in the SEM program and enrollment in PGE's Energy Partner Demand Response Program. This fiscal year, we earned about $44,000 in rebates on that. As far as producing more, our other strategy for managing energy costs involves producing more. Wes's Kellogg and Tri-City treatment facilities utilize cogeneration engines to produce electricity from biogas. In 2024, we produced 3.3 million kilowatts, which offset almost 40% of the electricity used at the Tri-City plant. Moving down to staffing and vacancies at the bottom of the page. As you can see from the full-time equivalent figures at the bottom of the slide, Wes experienced very high vacancy rates in 22-23 and 23-24, 13 and 9 respectively. That number has steadily declined due to streamlining the hiring procedures to fill vacancies more quickly, improving employee engagement to retain existing staff, and completing market studies to keep wages competitive. As of this time last year, Wes had 7 vacancies. We're now down to just 4, and anticipating having all of those filled by the beginning of the new fiscal year, which is remarkable. Next slide. Okay, the Sanitary Sewer SDC Fund, Sanitary Sewer System Development Charge, or SDC fund's primary resource is SDC fees for new connections to Wes's sewer system. Under Oregon law, these resources may only be used for SDC-eligible projects and related debt service, which is what we use it for. Capital outlay in this fund represent expenditures for projects that support growth and new development. Looking near the top in the middle, the charges, fees, licenses, permits. These revenues reflect 1% growth per the population study, and a placeholder 1.6% increase to the rate based on the engineering news record construction cost index. Wes presented an updated SDC methodology to the board in April, which the board supported along with a 10-year phase-in to the calculated fees. The required public notice period for that SDC methodology update started on May 15th, and a hearing to adopt the methodology and the fees is scheduled for August 14th. Near the middle on capital outlay, total proposed capital budget is lower than the current year by about $4 million, or 33%, which is in alignment with the adopted 5-year CIP. Lower SDC fund capital outlay in prior years was due to spending the Series 2021 proceeds, or, Series 2021 proceeds for capital outlay out of the construction fund with a plan to realize the SDC eligibility of those projects via payments on the SDC eligible portion of the debt. Near the bottom, reserve for future expenditures. Reduction is due to the planned use of reserves for capital projects this year. And then just above that in transfers, that's reduced this year to reflect final Series 2021 SDC eligible percentage of 21%. Next slide. All right, debt service fund. All debt is used for capital projects. WES uses debt in the form of revenue obligations and state revolving fund loans to finance capital projects. We don't expect any new debt next year, and we continue to enjoy a AAA bond rating. Looking at near the middle bottom transfers, WES took advantage of historically low interest rates in 2021. Those are the Series 2021 bonds. To issue $40 million in revenue obligation bonds with an $8.8 million premium. Earlier this year, the board approved a supplemental budget for this fund to facilitate the transfer of the remaining Series 2021 bond premium to the construction fund, where the resources were spent on projects. The proceeds of that issuance were fully spent in October. Looking at special payments, over and to the right just a little bit, the Series 2021 debt was issued at an extremely low tax yield of just 0.71%. WES earned interest on those proceeds at a rate up to 5%. As a result, the excess interest earnings, or arbitrage, of approximately $1.7 million will be rebated to the federal government this upcoming year and is budgeted as a special payment. Next slide. Okay, looking at the sanitary sewer construction fund, addresses capital projects funded through transfers from the sewer operating fund, debt proceeds, and grants. On the top, the beginning fund balance is a decrease of $18 million from the current budget, which reflects the use of intentionally built reserves to fund the capital plan. Just below that, you'll see a $2 million EPA grant. That was an EPA community grant for work on the boring facility. WES received approval for technical, I'm not sure. Correction in May of this year. All right, near the middle, you'll see the capital outlay decrease. The proposed budget of $35.6 million reflects reduced capital spending from the current year high of $62.8 million in this fund. The budget for the current year was higher due to spending on the Tri-City Outfall and the Clackamas project, which will be operational in early 2026. I'll skip the next slide. All right, moving on to the surface water program. Number one, up near the top, proposed surface water rate increases. Surface water operating fund accounts for all of WES's surface water management, operating, and maintenance activities, which are essential for compliance with regulatory standards and environmental protection. Similar to the sewer operating fund, the primary resources is monthly service charges. You'll see that on the line: charges, fees, licenses, permits, which are budgeted to increase as a result of population growth and a proposed 5% increase to WES's surface water management rates. Materials and services down near the middle. Budget is essentially flat due to reductions in professional services. Offsetting increases in labor, cost pressures in utilities and chemicals don't impact surface water operations nearly as much as they do sanitary. Next slide. Surface water SDCs, this is pretty boring. We don't have any SDC eligible projects for our surface water program scheduled for construction this year. We do have SDC eligible projects in our 5-year capital improvement plan, but you just won't be seeing it this year. Next slide. On surface water construction fund, these are the funds used for stormwater capital, surface water capital projects. Looking near the middle of the page on the capital outlay increase, increase of capital outlay of $3.2 million or 74% reflects the continuing implementation of the master plan and the adopted 5-year CIP. We're embarking on a very large surface water project called the Three Creeks Project. That's $3.8 million. We're kicking that off this summer. We're very excited about it. And then the board allocated $2.4 million in ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funds to address flooding and improve water quality in the Upper Kellogg Creek area. Those funds were obligated by the required deadline, which was July, I think, or June. And we're in construction right now. That's about a $1 million budget for the federal grants. And we reflects anticipated disbursement of these funds next year. All right, looking ahead. There we go. All right, so I've already, we lost it. Okay, so I've already touched on some of these challenges. Looking ahead to fiscal year 25-26, West will continue to navigate a mix of operational and economic challenges. Inflationary pressures, most notably increases in labor, power costs, and persistently high chemical prices, are driving up our operating expenses. At the same time, our service area is growing by 1% annually, and we're tasked with maintaining and reinvesting in over 600 miles of sewer and stormwater pipe and 5 wastewater treatment facilities in our community. Even though our monthly rates remain below the regional average, we recognize that some households may face affordability challenges with broader economic uncertainties, including tariffs and potential reductions to federal funding for Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan program, as well as evolving regulations. We are planning carefully to manage costs. WES is well positioned to meet these challenges. We will be entering the next fiscal year with $142 million in combined operating capital and SDC reserves. We're on track to deliver the next phase of our 5-year CIP with projects that support our growing community and ensure we're providing reliable service. We're also leveraging community partnerships through our investment in regional inflow and infiltration program, as well as to reduce wet weather flows to avoid more costly infrastructure in the future. Basically investing in reducing inflow and infiltration so that we don't have to build treatment capacity. Proposed budget includes modest adjustments to the monthly charges for sewer and surface water services, consistent with our long-range financial plan. These adjustments will keep our rates below the regional average while ensuring we can fund essential operations and capital projects. Thanks to the strong reserve and contingency policies, along with sound planning, WES is ready to meet the year ahead with flexibility and continued focus on delivering value to our customers. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
I'll reserve my comments for after the hearing. Chair?
Thank you very much.
Chair, I do have a question for the staff.
Yes, please.
I think it's important for the community to have you address 2 points. Number one, excuse me. Number one, I think it's really important for us to, at this time, to talk a little bit more about the inflow and infiltration reduction program that we're doing. And as Mr. Geist knows, not only am I a recipient of that as a private party for one of my nonprofits, but also the city has been participating, City of Oregon City has participating, and it's been very, very successful. And I think it's really important for the community to get a little more information from you, and I think it's time for, we can toot our horn on that, because I think it's going to help in the long run to reduce the challenges that we face ahead. And then my second question is that you also touched on it, Mr. Geist, is that in terms of not only affordability, but keeping our rates low, I think that we should also address the fact that although costs are increasing, I think the WES Advisory Committee, in recommendation to the staff, recommended some of our rates be modest in their increases. And I think, again, this is a way that the organization has been helping to meet the challenges of the region. So if you would address that as well.
Sure, and Oregon City has been a great partner in our I&I reduction program. We've been at it for close to 5 years now. We project, and we've seen success both in Oregon City and in the West service area on these reduction targets. And according to our calculations, if we are successful in our inflow and infiltration goals, we will save the region, not just West, but the region over $100 million over 20 years. And that means that we don't have to build more treatment capacity, have more people, have more chemicals, use more electricity, if we can keep that stuff out of the system to begin with. Do you want to talk about low income?
Sure.
So one of Wes's objectives under our financial planning is for rate increases annually to increase no more than 5%. And that was a strategy that we worked on our advisory committee with about 3 years ago. And we've been adhering to no more than 5% rate increases since then. The average sewer rate for our region is about $60.55. Wes's current rate is about $53.60 for full retail service. With the proposed rate increase, that would go up to $54.40. So we're still quite a bit below the regional average. And we are focused on maintaining affordability. We recognize that that's a subjective index. Not everyone would find $55 or $54 rates reasonable. So we do have a low-income discount program available for our customers that discounts 50% off of the sewer bill for eligible families and individuals based on their income and their household size. And that's a discount that we pass through to our city partners, and each of our city partners takes advantage of that. We do have an objective in our strategic plan to update that program during this upcoming fiscal year to make that more accessible to hard-to-reach customers such as renters that we don't directly bill. So we're excited about that, and we'll have more to share about midway through this upcoming fiscal year.
The second part of that also has to do with our development community and the fact that our SDC rates, we're doing a modest increases as well, and I think that's important for people to know that.
Yes, and we're proposing right now to have, to phase into the full SDC of $12,200 something over the next 10 years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Committee Member McGriff. And I think it's duly noted, we need to toot our horn. Is this now the time?
I think I'm going to change my mind, and because I'm going to build on the mayor's point, it's on the table, so I thought, instead of breaking this discussion apart, I just thought I'd just build on it. So thank you, Mayor, for you bringing this up, and thank you, Mayor, for what Oregon City's doing with the I&I and all that. So that's awesome, and thank you for your role and all the city's roles on the committee, the advisory committee. See many of you all around the table here. I asked staff here a couple, 3 weeks ago, maybe to look at what is the component of the current rate, the retail side, not so much. I know the cities are different because they're wholesale, but what component of the current rate is really that additional annual increase on the rates? You know, this, because of the board decision that was made here recently, it was $1 roughly per year. And every year we've done that thinking it's a small amount. It's only $1. It's only $1. Well, all those dollars add up, right? So what I asked staff to do, and I know you're probably not prepared to do it today, and that's fine, but I think we need to be cognizant that with calling the silver tsunami, with more elderly, more folks in our population becoming senior citizens and the financial cost rising per household, that it's just at top of mind is going to be all week here as we talk through many different settings. But this is one, and I know we have a low-income program, right?
Yes.
And it's usually undersubscribed. It's typical that people aren't aware of it. So really, if we're really going to effectively, knowing that these programs are undersubscribed, that it's almost incumbent upon us to look a little bit harder at not increasing the rate. But that ship has sailed, I guess, and so I just want to be let everyone know that I'm trying to find out what that component is, and it wouldn't be a bad idea maybe if the cities looked at that as well. I don't know what if all the cities, Westland, Oregon City, and Gladstone, if they have a retail component or a low-income program. They probably do, but it would be nice to know. But I know, again, households are struggling. It's just an issue of top of mind for me right now. That's all I have.
Thank you for your comments. I don't think that was a question.
No, it wasn't.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from the committee? And if not, then I would open the public hearing. And in-person testimony first. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person and virtual testimony?
Thank you, Chair. If you are attending this meeting in person today and wish to comment, I'll ask you to please fill out a blue card and deposit it in the box on the table by my desk. Just one moment, please, Chair.
Certainly.
And this is Water Environment Services right now. This is Water Environment Services Board. If you have comment on that board, please. Thank you.
This is a final call if you are attending this meeting in person and wish to comment on the Water Environment Services budget presentation, to please fill out a blue card and deposit in the box on the table by my desk.
Have a formal line.
Chair, seeing no one in person today wishes to comment on the Water Environment Services budget presentation, with your assent, I'll now move to online testimony. If you are attending this meeting virtually and would like to comment on the Water Environment Services budget presentation, I ask you to please raise your hand. I will call on you in the order that I see. This is a final call if you're attending this meeting virtually and you'd like to comment on the Water Environment Services Budget Committee presentation, to please raise your hands. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public, either in person or online, who wish to comment today.
All right, thank you. And hearing nothing further, I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
I would move that the Clackamas Water Environmental Services Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of, let's see if I can get all the numbers right, $2,447,582,463 with appropriations of $1,152,296,868 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that the Clackamas Water Environment Services Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 25-26 fiscal year in the amount of $247,583,463 with appropriations of $152,296,868 as presented with revisions. I don't think there were any revisions. Any further discussion? And
Call for the question.
Hearing no further questions, clerk, would you please call the poll? No, she said call the question. She likes to say that.
question.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Ms. Breik,
Aye.
Director Savis,
Aye.
Mayor McGriff,
Aye.
Director Schrader,
Aye.
Mr. Schulman,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Gifford.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
And the result of 7-0, the motion passes. Is there any further business before this committee?
I think that we should take Commissioner Savis's comment about the affordability program and refer that back to the West Advisory Committee so we can talk about a possible strategy for how we get the word out and do that in conjunction with our cities and our other service districts.
I think that's duly noted, yes. Thank you very much. And nothing else, I'd say this committee is adjourned. Thank you. I now call to order the North Clackamas Parks and Recreational District Budget Committee. Will the members of the committee please introduce themselves, and can we start at the far right down here and go around the room?
Yes, your green light should be on to indicate your mic is on.
Okay. Yeah, my name's Robert Keys. This is my first time serving on this committee.
Paul Savis, Director, NCPRD.
I'm Grover Bornefeld, and this is my first time on this committee, and I'm a 34-year resident of Clackamas County, unincorporated.
Wendy Rader, and Budget Committee member.
Hi, Craig Roberts, Clackamas County Chair.
David Cheatzazon, Budget Committee Chair.
Okay.
NCPRD Budget Committee.
Okay, great. Martha Schrader, County Commissioner.
And Sean Buchanan, Budget Committee member.
Right. I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
I nominate Wendy Rader as Chair.
Second.
All right. Wendy Rader has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Mr. Bornefeld,
Aye.
Mr. Buchanan,
Aye.
Director Savis,
Aye.
Mr. Chisahan,
Aye.
Mr. Keys,
Aye.
Director Schrader,
Aye.
Ms. Rader,
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Mr. Chair.
All right. The vote's 8-0. Wendy Rader has been elected chair, and it's my honor to turn this meeting over to you.
And thank you very much. I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I nominate Grover Bornefeld as secretary.
Second. Grover Bornfield has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, will you please call the poll?
Mr. Buchanan,
Aye.
Director Savis,
Aye.
Mr. Chitzon,
Aye.
Mr. Keys,
Aye.
Director Schrader,
Aye.
Mr. Bornefeld,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Rader.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Madam Chair.
The vote is 8-0. Grover Bornfield has been elected secretary. I will now ask Kia Selly, District Director, to present the budget message.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Roberts, Budget Committee Chair Rader, and members of the Budget Committee. My name is Kia Selly. I'm the NCPRD District Director. I'm here today with Callie Gantner, NCPRD Finance Supervisor, to present NCPRD's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-26 for your consideration. NCPRD's mission is to enrich community vitality and promote healthy living through parks and recreation. We currently serve over 100,000 district residents with 36 developed parks, 7 natural areas, 6 miles of trolley trail, the Milwaukee Community Center, the North Clackamas Aquatic Park, and a community center at the Concord property in Oak Grove that will be completed this summer. NCPRD does not receive any county general funds, so Clackamas County financial obligations, such as the new courthouse, do not affect NCPRD. NCPRD's largest source of general fund are from a fixed permanent tax rate approved by district voters in the 1990s. That is 54 cents per 1,000 of assessed value. This is the lowest rate of the 5 park districts in Oregon. Other districts collect over twice that amount. This tax rate has not kept pace with inflation, and despite a recent increase in fees, there are not sufficient general funds to maintain the same level of service next fiscal year for all program areas. Other revenue is generated by grants, donations, and system development charge funds, but these funds are restricted in use. Because of the lack of general fund revenues, NCPRD now must use funds from the district savings, called beginning fund balance, in order to balance the budget. This is not a sustainable practice. For fiscal year 2025-26, beginning fund balance will not be used to balance the budget, and instead budget reductions of 33% will be implemented across all lines of business. These reductions are significant and will eliminate some NCPRD jobs and require service cuts that will impact our community. Reducing the budget has been challenging for 2 key reasons. 1, operational efficiencies have been implemented year over year, so staff have been doing more with less each year. There are no well-funded areas to cut. And 2, every reduction has a corresponding service impact to the community we serve. We've successfully partnered and received one-time support, such as the generous donation from the Milwaukee Community Center Foundation for Meals on Wheels and additional support from WES. We will continue to pursue partnerships to preserve services. We've also carefully considered the priorities of the District Advisory Committee and have improved the budget process by meeting more regularly with the Budget Committee and including a DAC liaison in those Budget Committee meetings. Fund 213 includes unrestricted general fund resources. The beginning fund balance is 39% less than last year, mostly due to investments in the Concord property project that will be completed this summer. This project includes a 2-acre community park, the district's first fully accessible playground, a splash pad, and a partially renovated community center building. Our tax revenue, which is our largest source of unrestricted general funds, is forecasted to increase just 2% for a total of $7.57 million. Again, this is NCPRD's biggest challenge in that our largest source of general fund revenue is not keeping pace with the rapidly increasing cost of operations, largely due to inflation. The chart here shows that the total number of FTE has not declined, but the number of budgeted positions has. This will result in layoffs for 7 filled positions, which I will detail in a moment. For additional cost savings, we will keep some positions vacant and others will have delayed recruitments. First, the facilities maintenance team will be reduced by 1 FTE. The remaining resources will be invested in specialized contracting to address the needs of our aging buildings. And budget reductions will impact park maintenance with reduced irrigation, mowing, and availability of restrooms. NCPRD has less than a third, or 31%, of the national average for maintenance staff per 10,000 residents. Also, the deputy director position that was recently created will be eliminated. These duties will be reallocated to remaining staff. They're not going away. The social services team will be reduced by 1 FTE. Remaining staff will be sufficient to maintain Meals on Wheels eligibility. The transportation program for older adults will not be funded, resulting in the elimination of 4 part-time temporary staff positions. Many of these are long-time staff. This program provides travel trips, but the biggest community impact is the loss of transportation to and from the Milwaukee Community Center for group meals and recreation programs. NCPRD is the only park and rec district in Oregon that funds and operates this type of program, but we are working to identify a partner that can continue a similar service. This service was implemented as a more convenient option to TriMet's Lyft service, which is still available. There is, I'll just note for you, no legal requirement to maintain this service as per the ballot measure that formed the district or the current IGA with the City of Milwaukee. For recreation, the RecMobile summer program has been canceled, as well as our big summer concert in the park event typically held at Milwaukee Bay Park. We hope to identify sponsors in the future. Printing and marketing costs have also been significantly reduced as well, which will also impact some community members that rely on print media. Lastly, I'd like to talk about our 2 community centers. The long-awaited Concord Property Community Center that was planned to reopen this fall will not be open for casual drop-in access as envisioned, and instead will be limited to private event rentals and occasional recreation programming that can achieve high-cost recovery. NCPRD's other community center is the Milwaukee Community Center, owned by the City of Milwaukee and operated, managed, and funded by NCPRD. To reduce costs, the center will open 1 less day, now totaling 4 days, which also means 1 less day for a group meal at the center. I want to acknowledge the impact to the community. In comparison, 4 days of meals is typical for centers across the region, and a few centers actually no longer serve group meals at all, just for basis for comparison. Also, I'd like to note that the forecasted reduction in Meals on Wheels home delivery service that we've noted in the budget book is based on a forecasted reduction in demand and client eligibility. During the pandemic, there was a significant increase in demand. The forecasted decline actually for the current fiscal year is 7.3%. So all eligible clients will continue to receive home-delivered meals without any reduction in service next fiscal year. This slide details NCPRD's System Development Charge program. NCPRD collects system development charges from new development and major redevelopment to fund capital improvements that increase the capacity of the district to accommodate growth. NCPRD collects funds from 3 different zones. I'll detail each of those zones in the next slides. These restricted funds can be used for property acquisition, design and construction of new parks, the addition of major amenities in an existing park or facility if it will create new capacity, such as maybe like a pickleball court might actually increase capacity. These restricted funds cannot be used to fund operations such as park maintenance or recreation services. Funds are not transferred to capital projects until the funds are needed, so the balances shown in each fund are not entirely available for new projects, as some of the funds have already been dedicated to projects planned in fiscal year 25-26, such as the construction of a new park in the Jennings Lodge neighborhood. To reduce impacts to NCPRD's limited general fund budget, SDC funds have been prioritized over general fund use for capital projects as legally allowed. The significant reduction in SDC beginning fund balance is mostly due to fund use for the Concord property project that I mentioned earlier. The forecasted revenues for each zone are a conservative prediction of development activity and could vary significantly from actual revenues based on the economy. This slide details resources for Zone 1, which collects funds from both the City of Milwaukee and the Urban Growth Management Area, which is immediately east of Milwaukee and west of I-205. The monies collected are kept separate in this fund. The Milwaukee portion of the zone is forecasted to generate $350,000 for a total Zone 1 Milwaukee balance of $3.7 million. The Urban Growth Management Area portion of the zone is forecasted to generate $200,000 for a total Zone 1 Urban Growth Management Area balance of $4.12 million. This is SDC Zone 2, which is located south of the city of Milwaukee and west of I-205 and includes unincorporated Clackamas County District residents represented largely by the Oak Grove and Jennings Lodge communities. Zone 2 includes 2 active capital projects, the Concord Property Suite of Projects, which I mentioned earlier, that park, playground, and community center, and the park at the Jennings Lodge campus that is planned for construction beginning spring 2026. SDC Zone 2 is forecast to generate $400,000 next fiscal year for a total fund balance of $2.25 million. This is SDC Zone 3, which is the portion of the district that is located entirely east of I-205. SDC Zone 3 is forecasted to generate $100,000 next fiscal year for a total fund balance of $1.8 million. Capital repair and equipment replacement funds will be used next year to replace aging equipment such as a new mower, provide wood chips for safe playground surfacing, and a couple of large capital repair projects at the aquatic park, including a new roof on the facility, the first roof replacement in 30 years. As a reminder, these funds are general funds. We are not able to use restricted SDC funds for these obligations. Although NCPRD resources are limited, the intent here is to be good stewards of the community's assets with regular reinvestment. Proactive repair and replacement is more cost-effective than repairs associated with deferred maintenance. Capital repair and replacement investments are expected to increase in the district going forward due to the age of our parks and facilities. Staying on top of these necessary investments is part of our financial sustainability strategy. Lastly, I'd like to highlight a few of the challenges and opportunities ahead. I won't read this slide, but I'll just highlight a few. Additional tax revenue is the most critical need to avoid future service cuts. Our tax rate has not increased since the 90s. The second most critical revenue need is for additional SDC revenue so that the growth in district amenities can keep pace with the densifying district. The time will be right this winter to consider a rate increase following completion of the system plan project. And speaking of which, NCPRD is updating the community's roadmap for the next 20 years of NCPRD investments called the system plan. In the near term, the plan will ensure strategic use of our limited resources, and if and when additional resources become available, will provide specific guidance as to how best to address the needs and wants of the community. NCPRD is committed to delivering on our mission of parks and recreation, maintaining a focus on our financial health, and being good stewards of the community's assets. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I may add to this, so I'm Gary Schmidt, the District Administrator. Kia did propose a budget earlier this year that did not have any service cuts at all. And I directed her to go back to the drawing board and put together a cut scenario package. So any disagreement with the proposed budget is on me, not on Kia. As she has said, the district tax rate has not been changed in 35 years. And the district is no longer sustainable under the tax rate that created the district. I know you all know that. This is very difficult decisions that Kia and I made. I'm thrilled to see the number of public people here to testify on your budget. They're paying attention, and that's great, and you'll hear from them shortly. You do have options. However, I will advise you the problem's not going away. So if you do not choose to make cuts this year, that means future years the cuts will be deeper until it comes to the point where the district will not be able to sustain itself at all. These are difficult decisions. I don't envy you. However, I wanted to be upfront on why these recommendations were made for the proposed budget. It is, of course, up to you what you wish to do now after you hear the public comment. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Do any members of the committee have any questions? Commissioner Sava.
Thank you, Chair. So, Kia, I think from reading a number and listening to a number of people that have contacted me and reading emails and so on, I think there's some confusion. And I know you read the budget message, and perhaps that confusion was partially the interpretation of the 33% cuts. And I think that some people interpreted that 33% was every budget line, every detail line, and I think you know it's not that. And I do know in the budget book, as I read through it, that it's explained in one area where 33% is such that the capital improvements, for example, this fiscal year, but the 24-25, was significant for the construction funds for the Concord property. And being that Concord property investment is not going to continue in the 25-26, that's essentially part of the reduction of 33%. So it's not 33% on a line item. So you're nodding yes, so just want to acknowledge that for the record. So with that, I think there's some misunderstandings, and I just want to just go down some of the key ones so I understand it and hear from you, and if so, the administrator if needed. So the nutrition fund, which is, and thank you for the work that you did on outlining all of that, H3S and all the programs, all the funding that comes there is still going to continue to come at the rate that which is I think over $1 million of funds from different areas. So that's continuing. That's not being slashed, correct?
Thank you for that question, Director Savas. That is correct. There is no reduction to the service level, to the current service level for nutrition services, which is the Meals on Wheels, home delivery and congregate meal service.
Okay, thank you. The other misunderstanding, I think, that perhaps the IGA or the ballot measure indicated, and we all read that. As I understand it, yes, the measure passed. The IGA includes that the Milwaukee Center will be operational. It's going to continue to be operational. It's not defined in there on a, there is some definition of what those services are, but what's defined in those services, both in the measure and in the IGA, are continuing. Is that correct?
That's correct. In the current IGA between NCPRD and the City of Milwaukee notes that NCPRD will operate and maintain the Milwaukee Community Center and will provide recreational, educational, and social services to the community. It doesn't specify specific programs such as transportation, et cetera.
Right. And I do know that we'd cover this again, but I want to just call out the specific program. The Meals on Wheels is not being slashed by 33%. Can you speak to that?
Thank you, Director Savas. Yes, I can. So during the pandemic, there was a significant increase in demand for home-delivered meals. A lot of individuals did not want to be in a group setting eating a meal, and there was more food insecurity. Federal requirements for Meals on Wheels home delivery was also those rules were relaxed, again, to provide more service to more people. Since the pandemic, those numbers have significantly declined, largely because of a decrease in demand. More folks are going back to congregate meals or no longer need meals in general. They don't feel as food insecure. Also, not all clients during the pandemic, not all clients now actually meet those federal eligibility standards. So there's no intentional decrease in Meals on Wheels home delivery service. It's actually just a natural decline in demand and eligibility.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I really apologize for anyone who got some, or misinterpreted, or got some misinformation or misunderstandings, whichever word you want to use. I apologize for people being upset about things that are not really happening, but they thought were happening. Now, the one that is real is transportation. And my colleagues on the commission know, they've heard me for months now talking about an issue of transit in Clackamas County and the needs for transit. And so my staff and I are doing deep dives in transportation. And so it is not related solely to the Milwaukee Center, or it's related to the entire county, the challenge we have with transit. But I do just want to say that the entire North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District is in TriMet Service District, okay? And they have an obligation. And years back, they provided a bus line, 152, that went into the Milwaukee Center and dropped a loop and went back out. And they ceased that line a number of years ago. And so I've been in contact with TriMet, and they are looking at it and trying to restore that. So I talked about the new high-density senior housing facility nearby and other assets there. So I think there might be, and we're going to try very, very hard to get at least that line 52 TriMet restored. The lift services continue. There is no reduction in lift services. So anyone who needs lift services, that is unassociated with the NCPRD. That's a TriMet obligation. They indicated to me there's no cuts, that lift services will continue. Last but not least, I just want to say that in conversations, and there's one member in the audience today from Willamette View, and also TriMet, and also our staff trying to look at solutions to augment some of that transportation stuff, but not do it on the back of the NCPRD budget. So we'll be looking for that. And I've also been in contact with Mr. Catherman and on the phone as well, and looking towards solutions. So I think we got trying to put together interim plan to bridge that and transfer transportation back in the responsibility that it belongs, if you will. That said, Kia, I know this has been very tenuous. I know that you've been under a lot of pressure, and I appreciate the administrator acknowledging our responsibility. And I think that every day we don't make the necessary cuts is one day sooner that the financial demise of the district is going to be. So that's why it's important. We have 5, maybe 6 years, and we're out of money. So, and so I understand it. I just want one last question, and that is that there are going to be another, probably not as severe, but another round of cuts next year. Is that about right? Can you just speak to that a little bit, what you think that might be? Is it sizable? I don't know.
Well, thank you for that question. I think that question is in a lot of people's minds right now. So unless additional tax resources are brought to bear, or private donations or other grants, yes, there will be a cut in services next year going forward. Our buying power is diminishing as inflation increases. It's just that simple. I think we're seeing it in our personal finances as well. So as our revenues remain relatively flat, our costs are exponentially increasing.
Yeah. And members of the committee, I just want to say that the board has been looking, entertaining, and making an attempt to the taxpayers to put something on the ballot. We've been asked to wait for the assistance plan and actually calculate what that is. So that's in the works. The staff also came to the board and asked us for an increase in fees. And the board approved that. So we have done everything in our power to increase the revenues to make up for those gaps. So Chair, I yield back.
Are there any other questions? Yes.
Hi. As a follow-up on Commissioner Savas' comments on cutting the older adult transportation service, I just wanted to double check because while I appreciate that TriMet has these capabilities and are available, if it was solely TriMet that could cover it, this would never have been a part of the NCPRD budget, as I would understand. I want to make sure that cutting these as of June 30th is not, has it been vetted that it's not in violation of Title II of the ADA, providing older adult services?
So thank you for that question. So my understanding is that it's not in violation. Those transportation services are available through TriMet. They are understandably not as convenient as the services that are provided at the Milwaukee Community Center, which include transportation to and from, as well as sometimes a grocery store stop along the way on the way home. So I don't want to diminish the impact to the people that have been served, but those services are provided by others. NCPRD is also working with other community partners in the transportation community, TRP, Transit Reaching People, and Ride Connection. So it's not just TriMet. We do hope that we can bring several partners into the conversation to provide the services that are needed.
Thank you. And just to clarify as well, what is the total cost of this program that's being cut? Is it 50,000?
So you probably saw
net, yeah.
in the budget that there's a $50,000 credit that goes back to the general fund, but the actual cost of reinstating this program would be $95,000, because the programs you probably saw in the budget has, as every program does, allocated costs for overhead. So if we are to be equitable to all areas of the budget, we would need to apply that overhead to this area of the budget. So $95,000 would be the requirement for adding the service back.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
I think, colleagues, I'm just going to talk about maybe what two potential scenarios, and that is that we don't do cuts, but when the space of about, 6 years? 5 to 6 years, it will be out of money. Am I correct, Kia, if I'm wrong? And so the district will no longer be able to exist. So right now, it's kind of on life support, and essentially, what are we going to do to keep it on life support? We could use reserves, which would hasten the depletion to keep certain things. But the other option is to make some adjustments now. And I want to use the words cuts because we're trying to make sure that we get transportation straightened out, thanks to Commissioner Savas. We now realize that, okay, meals aren't going to be cut, which were two of the big concerns I had, being a senior citizen myself at this point. I know how that goes. But it almost, I believe it's a time at this point where we need to revisit the district, because 54 cents per thousand is no longer essentially keeping this district alive, and we're on a slow glide path to closure. So it seems to me we might suggest we have again, we can continue now, but eventually we'll face closure. Okay, we're on that pathway. Or we can work together as a community and attempt to take a close look at that 54 cents per thousand. I believe there's a number of people out there who would be willing to work on that and who would be willing to take a look at the level of services that we want, get through that plan, and revisit an opportunity to get the additional dollars based on a vote of the people who I think will value this service. So we're kind of faced with a doom loop, and how we handle that doom loop is going to be essential. I'm wondering if it isn't prudent to try and keep some of these adjustments in place now, but then assiduously, remind people that we're trying to update our plan, and we're trying to get a true assessment of what it costs now to run a park system and move forward with that as a strategy. Those are just my thoughts, because I'm trying to see how we can problem solve with this. Anything we do immediately now, though, that is continuing to have a budget deficit is just more money we're going to have to make up in the future. Nobody likes this. I certainly don't like it. Milwaukee Bay's been one of my favorite places to go. I was just there with Commissioner Savas the other day. And it's probably one of the best senior centers in the area, and I've been to every single one of them, one way or the other. And this one's quite different and remarkable because it is kind of a coalition, actually, between the county and the city of Milwaukee, which sometimes gets interesting, but hey, we're all friends wanting the same things. So that's how I see that. So that's just my 2 cents. And colleagues, I think we're going to have to decide if we go ahead with this and then plan for the future and coalesce around getting something essentially on a ballot here sooner than later based on what we're facing now and based on what the long-term plan is. Okay, you're nodding your head, Kia. Am I making sense at least? Okay.
Thank you for your comments, Director Schrader. You are exactly right, and my intention is to bring options to the board this summer for consideration that would address exactly what you're talking about, increasing the tax rate, and there are a few different options that I can present to all of you. And so the idea is that we are not facing this year over year.
Yeah, and what I've noticed in my tenure here, when it comes to libraries and when it comes to senior services and children, usually the county always steps up to the plate for that. It's always a tough sell, but I think we've got a lot of people here. We depend on you to help us with this, to move forward and make sure this stays intact. That's just, again, my 2 cents, so.
Anyone else?
Anything else? Rover, you always have something to say.
Okay, I will. Thanks for pulling me out. All I really want to say is, being a senior, looking around the room, there's a lot of common color hair. And the reality is, in the Oregonian this weekend, it says that Oregon is now has more seniors than residents under 18. So, and by 2035, it's supposed to be 40% of us will be seniors. I grew up that we were always having to put more money into schools because that growing population, well, I think we have to look at the differences that have come up. And I totally get sustainability, and I totally get there's a cliff, both for parks, for libraries, lots of places. That same cliff is there. So it does need to be addressed, but we need to do it by forming partnerships specifically and including more people to want to, because where we're going to end up is either we're going to have cuts or we're going to find different places for the money. And I'm definitely on board for the latter as much as possible. So how do we get more people in the game? How do we get more people interested or aware of the services that are there that they aren't aware of, et cetera, et cetera? So sustainable, yes. One-time things in a transition is where I would like to at least have that conversation still be had, because there are partners. But like the bus system, it may be coming, and I totally want to acknowledge those who've done the work, but it isn't there now. And it should be. I know my father-in-law used to use the Lyft services all the time when he was still around, but it was not easy to do, as you say. So when we have these seniors and we have the partners, how do we get people to want to work together? And that's where most of my focus is because if we don't cooperate, we're all in trouble. So thank you for that, and thanks for drawing me in.
I always look forward to doing that.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I know we have a lot of folks who want to testify, so I'll keep this real short. That first of all, Kia, you do an amazing job. I have been so impressed since I've been here to really see how you look at a holistic approach and look at alternatives. So I just have to give you accolades for that, and really bringing people together. So very, very impressed. I just want to comment on a couple of things. Our point-in-time count, which is the fastest-growing population of homeless, are seniors. And this is something the county is really taking a hard look at, of how we can be there and keep people in their homes. And there are a number of ways. And so, obviously, this is concerning, but I also believe that you just can't kick the can down the road. And along with my colleagues here, I think it is having to go back to the voters. I think it's going to have to take a strategic communication plan. It's going to take all of us to come together, and it has to be modest. People are really struggling financially today. So I think that is, I think we're all kind of in agreement on that. The one thing I did hear you say there, which I wanted you to just talk briefly about, was the allocated cost, because initially it was, we thought the cost was $55,000 or $50,000, and it's 98, or all that is an allocated cost. Can you talk about like the allocated cost maybe this year, last year, kind of what those increases have been?
So thank you for those kind words and for the question, Chair Roberts. I'm going to start to answer that question, and then I'm going to look to Callie Gantner to answer the remaining questions. So when we talk about allocated costs, we're talking not just about county allocated costs, because NCPRD benefits from county legal and HR and technology services. So we pay a small share of those costs from the county. My understanding is that the overhead increase from the county has only increased by 4%, which is very modest and is appreciated. But the remaining allocated costs are NCPRD's allocated costs for management. So I'm going to look to Callie to, again, answer the rest of your question.
Can you confirm what the additional part of the question is?
Oh, basically, like, has over the last 3 years, have the allocated cost increased a lot? And you were going to talk about a little bit the administrative. I know this gentleman had asked, that was it 55,000 to fill this gap, or 50? You said it was 98, right? So I was just trying to understand that that cost in between there. That's what you said, right?
Sure. So management costs are increasing, not just within the county, but in the economy overall. So our district costs are also increasing.
I'll jump in and say that we've seen anywhere between like a 10 to 15% increase in our costs overall, and where it might be staff or cost for vendor services or utilities. So when we talk about allocated costs for overhead, we're talking about a range of things. We're talking about people, utilities, and vendor services, which are outside contracted services. So, but we have seen those increase again, somewhere between about 10 to 15% in over the last couple of years. And that's the inflation that I've been referring to.
Okay, thank you.
Before I open the public hearing, there are so many people that are here to testify, and certainly everybody, we want to hear everything that you have to say. But we do have a limited time available, and so I would just ask if you would please keep your comments short. I think the allotted time is 3.
We normally allot 3 minutes. There are 17 people that have signed a card to testify at 3 minutes. That is 51 minutes total, which is over the time allotted for this meeting. I propose, Chair, that you ask for 2 minutes per person, which would be 34 minutes of testimony.
Would you please limit your comments to 2 minutes? Thank you. I will now open the public hearing. I will take in-person testimony first. Clerk, will you please moderate the in-person and virtual testimony?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is once again a reminder that if you have not yet done so and you wish to comment on the North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District budget presentation, to please fill out a blue card, which can be found on the table at the front left, your left of the room, and deposit in the box. I will call them in the order that I see. We will have 2 people come forward at a time. So when I call 2 names, would you please both come forward, introduce yourselves, take turns. You'll each have 2 minutes to speak. And as a final note, I'd like to apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. Please forgive me and help me if I mispronounce your last name. First, I have Suzanne Wolf, and Elizabeth Heinz. Suzanne Wolf and Elizabeth Heinz. Please come forward. You'll each have 2 minutes. Ms. Heinz, go ahead, please.
So I know you all are doing a tremendous amount of work, and thank you, Director Savas, for your comments about.
Ma'am, if you could please turn your mic on. There's a green light at the bottom.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. First of all, thank you, everybody, for all the work that you're doing on this. I know it's a tremendous amount of work, and I want to thank you, Director Savas, for the work you were commenting about the transportation issue. I'm just going to make my story a little bit personal. In 1972, I moved to Clackamas County when I, along with my 2 siblings, were adopted into a family that already had 2 adopted children. And decades later, I learned my adopted sister Becky had left behind a sister at the time of her adoption, and that sister was Tina, who's here with us now. Anyway, eventually, my aunt and uncle helped relocate Tina from Oklahoma, where she'd been a caregiver for an older parent, to Clackamas County, where she began to put down roots. And not long after that, they moved to Arizona, leaving Tina behind, again, building a new chapter in her life. Over time, I had the opportunity to meet Tina and get to know her not just as a name on our family tree, but as a vibrant, unique individual while she experienced loss and upheaval in her life. Her life, true to her spirit, she embraced her new home and the people in it. She found family in her foster home and a strong sense of belonging through the welcoming community and resources at the Milwaukee Center. The transportation services to and from the center have been essential to maintaining Tina's independence and connection to the outside world. The Milwaukee Center's programs, especially the exercise classes, meals, and social activities, have become the foundation of her daily life. I've personally attended several events with her, and it's clear that she is a beloved presence at the center. And nearly everyone at the center knows Tina, and they know how much the center means to her. While I don't claim to understand the intricacies of the budget and funding decisions, I do know this, that the services provided by the Milwaukee Center have made a profound difference in Tina's life, and by extension, in the lives of her family. These programs aren't just beneficial, they are vital, and I do again thank you for all the work you're doing to preserve the various aspects and especially the transportation services for these individuals that need them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Angela Wright, and Sandra G. from Beaver Creek. Angela Wright and Sandra G., if you could both please come forward, you'll each have 2 minutes. Ms.
Good
Wright,
morning.
go ahead, please.
I am the chair of the Milwaukee Community Center. And first of all, I would like all of the people who are here today that use the bus service to please raise their hand. You can see that quite a few of them have. Our foundation's stated mission is to build financial and community support for the services and programs of the Milwaukee Community Center. The budget cuts to eliminate the older adult transportation program and vehicles at the Milwaukee Community Center will, as you already have heard, would have severely affect and impact the most important individuals in our community. Those with no transport and/or mobility issues must rely on the center's bus service to bring them to the Milwaukee Community Center for crucial social interactions with friends. Many attend various classes, play bingo, borrow books or jigsaw puzzles, and perhaps even have their one hot meal of the day. Following on Commissioner Savas's comments, we are just really asking for time. July the 1st is only 5 weeks away. We would ask the Budget Committee to create a bridge of approximately $95,000 by using resources from the beginning fund balance to provide time to find a suitable alternative transportation provider. This would allow the Milwaukee Community Center to continue providing services to this vulnerable section of our NCPRD family community. If you have not already seen the post on Facebook made by our executive director featuring people who use this bus service and enjoy the programs at the Milwaukee Community Center, I encourage you to watch it. The Milwaukee Community Center Foundation is committed to raising $180,000 during the coming fiscal year for the NCPRD Meals on Wheels nutrition program. The foundation recognizes this funding commitment allows
Madam Chair, that is
NCPRD
Thank
to
you.
maintain the nutrition program at its current levels. Thank you for listening and for your time.
Go ahead, please.
All right. So my name is Sandy Griskoyak. I've volunteered at the Milwaukee Center every Friday for the last 16 years. I work at the nutrition desk for the Congregate Meals on Wheels program. I greet, help, and make change and get to know and care about the people who come to our noon meal. On March 16th, our bus riders were in a bit of a frenzy discussing transportation cuts. An African-American vet shared with me that he no longer drives. He counts on the transportation for him and his wife for a meal, outing, and friendship. Another person sitting over there shared that this is her family, and she just doesn't know what to do. A number of our bus riders also attend the Sit and Be Fit class prior to congregate meal. Some use transportation when they get their taxes prepared and stay for the meal. Many eat and come for bingo on Tuesday after lunch. Our library and computer access is a valuable addition to the center. I know that special events and meals are the only celebrations many of these individuals have. Biggest of all is the weekly trip to the grocery store. It also should be made loud and clear that this $71,000 transportation budget no longer has a federal subsidy thanks to our current president. As the Parks Board spent down their reserves, did they try and go out for a public levy? Transportation is the lifeline as we grow older. Men outlive their driving years by 7, women by 11. These cuts will cause people to be isolated in their homes and not be able to live independently. We have an epidemic in loneliness and isolation in this country. Our center is a vital connection to give seniors a better quality of life and independence. Oregon is one of the fastest aging states in the West. By 2034, we will have more people over the age of 65.
Madam
than-
Chair, that is time.
Thank you.
Next, Valerie Chapman and Esther Leckie. Valerie Chapman and Esther Leckie, if you could each please come forward. You'll each have 2 minutes. Ms. Chapman, go ahead, please.
Okay, good morning. Chair Roberts, commissioners, members of the committee, thank you for all your work. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Valerie Chapman. I'm a 42-year resident of the Oak Grove area. I am currently the chair of the Oak Grove Community Council, which is the CPO in the area. So what I'm here to advocate on behalf of is the urban area that I represent as part of the CPO. A group of people that always, it seems like, take second to some of the urban areas. But unlike Milwaukee and the Milwaukee Center, we don't have a city that helps fund the coming community center in our Oak Grove area. I don't want to see the two centers pitted against each other. They both need to happen. In Oak Grove, we do not have a place. We don't have City Hall. We don't have public meeting places. We have been looking forward to the Concord site for many reasons, but that it can be a place for us. As an urban area, but unincorporated, we have needs that just are not met. I want to say that I agree wholeheartedly with people that want to compromise here to go to taking 33 to taking all of the deficit from what is essentially a savings fund to nothing makes no sense to me. Nobody would do that. We need some progression in here. I also would wholeheartedly behind any effort to help with community raising, with forming a park foundation. And money is hard for everyone. I mean, the Oak Grove Community Council, we now have the Friends of Oak Grove Community Council, which is a 501c3, because we too need funds. And I know that there are people that would be willing to help. So my point here is, let's not cut drastically right now. This is a red flag. I think the community sees the red flag. Let's put that energy together and create something that works so we don't have to cut. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lecky, go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Esther Lecky. I'm I'm one volunteer of around, I think 300. The Meals on Wheels program has 14 routes that are driven by volunteers Monday through Friday. The drivers package the meals to the homebound seniors and individuals with disabilities, most of which are isolated and alone, and their only contact with others are with their drivers. After the daily nutrition meal are prepared, the packages are for the drivers, for delivery. The kitchen then gets ready to serve the congregate meal. The meal is offered to the public during the lunch for a donation that goes back to the Meals on Wheels program. The public attending activities or classes at the Parks Department building have the opportunity to enjoy a nutritional meal. With the meal each month comes a wide variety of nutritional meals, including, but not limited to, mashed potatoes and gravy, which draws in a very large crowd for lunch. The menu is online, so the community members coming to the facility can plan their activities and discover all of the other activities classes offered in our building. Most of the people that come in for the daily meal that have no transportation and no family to ask for help. The seniors and individuals with disabilities that come to the Milwaukee Community Center use our older adult transportation service to come and congregate with the many friends they've made since the pandemic. Without the older adult transportation program bus, they become isolated. Therefore, the seniors and individuals with disabilities using the bus are also using the Parks Department for their classes and activities before they pay a donation for lunch and congregate with the many friends they've made. On Tuesdays and Wednesdays, bingo is played after the congregate lunch and served. This is an enrichment to their vitality that promotes healthy living. I've personally seen the positive changes in folks when they come in.
Madam Chair, that is time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Mark Elliott and Thelma Hagenmiller. Mark Elliott and Thelma Hagenmiller. If you could each please come forward, you'll each have 2 minutes. Mr. Elliott, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mark Elliott, and I reside in the Oak Grove area, serving as the Vice Chair of the NCPRD Advisory Board and the Oak Grove Community Council. I thank the City of Milwaukee and the MCC Foundation for bringing attention to the founding documents that established the district. These documents outline the mission of the district and its responsibilities regarding the Milwaukee Community Center. However, it is concerning that these governing documents have not been updated in over 35 years. Are they still relevant given today's realities? There is a straightforward solution to the district's funding problem. Place a ballot measure in an election next year that at least doubles the tax levy to $1.10 per 1,000 assessed value, bringing the district in line with similar park districts across the state. If this ballot measure passes, the City of Milwaukee will reaffirm its commitment to remain in the district, restore funding, and help you guys complete the IGA for the Milwaukee Bay Park and enable us all to move forward together. If the measure fails, the city will render a verdict of no confidence in the district and should immediately withdraw and take the Milwaukee Community Center with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hagenmiller, go ahead, please.
Good morning, directors and budget committee members. My name is Thelma Hagenmiller. I am a resident of the unincorporated area of Oak Grove in North Clackamas County. I have closely followed the North Clackamas Parks and Rec District since it was established. I attend most of the district's advisory committee meetings and the North Clackamas Parks and Rec District Board meetings. I've heard the "oh, woe is me" complaints of the City of Milwaukee representatives about the proposed cuts in the Milwaukee Community Center budget. What I have not heard is the City of Milwaukee representatives stand up and say, "We will pick up the cuts to the hours the center will be open and the cuts to the transportation programs the center offers." The City of Milwaukee has its own parks department and is perfectly capable of doing that, as other cities in the county do. The unincorporated areas of Oak Grove and Jennings Lodge have been following what is taking place at the former Concord School property and are patiently waiting for the opening of the Oak Lodge Library and the new park sometime this fall. I know that the NCPRD staff are intending to move their offices into the former Concord School, but the unincorporated community has not heard anything yet about the NCPRD's plans for the rest of the school, classrooms, gym, etc. Hopefully, the adoption of the updated system development plan by the NCPRD board, you, the county commissioners, will allow for an open discussion with the unincorporated
Madam Chair, that is time.
citizenry to resolve that issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Samantha McDonald and John Flower. Samantha McDonald and John Flower, if you could each please come forward, you'll have 2 minutes. Ms. McDonald, go ahead, please.
Hi, thanks for taking the time to listen to us. I can sit right here. Sorry. I'm just going to speed read this because when I planned it, it was 3 minutes and now it's 2. So here we go. First, let me say thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I do so on behalf of not only my aunt, but a lot of people that she considers family and friends. I wish I could show you a picture of the overweight, frail, timid individual that started at the center several years ago. My aunt was born with a cognitive disability, and this life has always not been easy for her. When she first started coming to the center, not only would she get turned around and confused at where she was supposed to be, and of course that became a distraught individual, and she became very confused. Myself and her foster care drove her to the center, and it was certainly not something she could have done on public transportation or with people that did not understand her needs and severity of disability. She struggled with cognitive disability, and while she struggles with cognitive disability and physical challenges, she is not the only person. We have encouraged her to go to the, sorry, it's very frustrating. We've encouraged her to go to the exercise class, and that has made all the difference in the world, and that's not something she could have done without the bus. My aunt, that lovely person over there, and yes, it was my sister who spoke earlier, though on one hand, I get that, we're trying to make cheaper transportation, and we're trying to get that off onto others. First off, you have not gotten the contract with TriMet. You are saying that TRP and Ride Connection is a viable opportunity. One is a volunteer program, the other is a nonprofit. You talked about Meals on Wheels, decreasing the cost, or decreasing the amount of food needed, and that's going to increase again once these people can no longer get to the center. Everything she does and everything her friends do is at that center. Every social outing, every cognitive developmental thing is the games that they play, the people that know them, the autonomy that it gives them in going there. And I know I'm running out of time, so the last thing I want to say is, sorry, I have to find it. Having the consistency of faces and compassion allowed her to feel like she had some sort of independence. 60% of those riding that bus attend that program. My aunt has fallen on and stumbled and does no longer do so. I appreciate administrator's comment, sir, on how these cuts will follow. The tax revenue and everything did not happen in 5 to 6 years, and 5 to 6 years from now, 54 cents is clearly past the financial budget. I appreciate your plans to work on the budget, but that comes at the liability and cost to our seniors, and it certainly a devastating blow to those of us that have paid their taxes, and those of them that have paid their taxes and taught us our moral code. They are the ones that we are letting down.
Thank you.
Mr. Flower, go ahead, please.
My name is John Flower. I'm a teacher of 57 years. And my wife and I, neither of us drive anymore. And so I have noticed that the community center is a place where many, many people that would not have anything else to do or would not have any social connections or anything else is just an essential part. The meals are very well handled and with a good choice of food that is not only good, but it's not only enjoyable but healthful. There are quite a number of people that would not even be able to survive without the transportation and the transportation and the good fellowship that they have there. I know that I and my wife both enjoy being there, and we try to help out where we can. There are a number of people that are being come there as to donate their time, and there are other people that may get a small amount of money out of the place. But the loss of the transportation would be going to be a very serious thing for an awful lot of people, and many people who have no other.
Madam Chair, that is time.
Thank you so much.
Next, Carol Mendenhall and Carol Cannon. Carol Mendenhall and Carol Cannon, if you could each please come forward. You'll each have 2 minutes. Ms. Mendenhall, go ahead, please.
Yes, I am speaking, and I may be repeating some things that other people have said, but if I am doing so, this is to reinforce it. And my concerns are both the transportation and also Friday. And many of us are seniors, and most seniors tend to be isolating, and when they are isolating, they also don't feel like fixing meals. Even if their refrigerators and their cupboards are full of food, it's too much trouble to fix it for just one person. But the solution to and this then causes mental deterioration and depression, and this is not healthy. But the community center is the solution for this. It gives us a social life, it gives us nutritional meals, and also we are taking classes on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, exercise classes. And some people come in wheelchairs, and some people come in walkers. And this helps us with our balance, and keeps people from falling and so this Friday is also very, very important. And also, we would be the only community center that was not open on Fridays. And the transportation system, when we go into that room, we see about 2/3 of the people in there have come on the bus. And without the bus, they would not be there. And that's basically all that I have to say. So please support both the transportation system and the Fridays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cannon, go ahead, please.
My name is Carol Cannon, and I live in Milwaukee. My friends and I were very saddened to learn that the travel department at the Milwaukee Center will be phasing out this in July. These outings the trips, the day trips that we go on, are a great source of activities that improve a senior's physical, mental, and emotional health. They provide opportunities for making new friends and for visiting new and familiar sites. Over lunch, we share our ideas and visions of life and thus form lasting bonds. We are getting out and keeping loneliness at bay. When we visit a site, we contribute to the local economy by purchasing lunch and items at the gift shops. My daughter has a flower shop in North Dakota, and she felt that was the most important part. Another benefit of the trips helps our families by providing entertainment for their loved one. The extended family is relieved of some of the responsibilities of care for their senior. Communities that thrive recognize the contributions of their seniors. They are busy helping and volunteering in the community all day long. I do understand the limitations of current funding, and I do sincerely urge you to try and find compromises and work with keeping the travel department at the community center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, Betty Dominguez and Alan White. Betty Dominguez and Alan White. If you could both please come forward, you'll each have 2 minutes.
Good job on the last name.
Mr. Dominguez, go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Betty Dominguez, and I am a board member of the Milwaukee Community Center Foundation. Commissioner Schrader and Savas know me, but for those who don't, I retired 7 years ago from a career in affordable housing and working in other poverty issues. I served as the Clackamas County Citizen Rep at MPAC and C4 for many years. I also served on Metro as the Clackamas County Commissioner for a year after being appointed to fill a vacancy. Several years ago, I attended a commission hearing for the siting of a group home for those with mental health issues in Oregon City. At the time, I was the regional advisor to the director of OHCS, our state housing finance agency. I sat in the audience and listened to the mean things people were saying, but it was when one gentleman got up and said, "I don't want those retards living in my neighborhood," that I jumped up and signed to be the last speaker on that item. When I got to the mic, I told the commissioners that it is the government's job to protect and care for its most vulnerable citizens. Commissioner Schrader, I believe you were there at the time. Commissioner Savas, and I have extra copies here. I am holding a copy of a shot off your re-election campaign Facebook page where you're quoted in a pamphlet publication saying, "Budgets reflect the values and priorities of our communities." So I ask you all, is this the message you want to send to your communities, that our honorable and vulnerable seniors are not a priority? You've heard about the concerns and the ramifications of these proposed cuts, and so I'm asking that you please reinstate Fridays at the center and reinstate bus service for all 5 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. White, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Alan White. I've been in the, my wife and I have been in the area for about 15, 20 years. And I am a very shy person. You look at me and I'd run. But going to the senior center, we became friends with a lot of people, seniors. They have helped me get out of my shyness. And I've worked with them. Everybody at the center now knows who I am. They have been so helpful. And all those that have come by the bus are scared that they won't be able to come anymore. One person in particular, or two people, one, she doesn't talk. She knows sign language. And there's seniors at the center that help her with that. And the other one, he just had an operation, and he won't be there for a while. But he enjoys all the people there. We also, I've helped put this together too. The music has been enjoyable. I guess I get excited. I'm part German, and I love Oktoberfest. I come in, my wife and I, we come in our lederhosen and not girdle, but grindel. Sorry, dear. But it's an enjoyable place. I use a scooter now, but there may be a day that neither one of us will be able to. And if the buses are stopped, my dear friends, we probably won't come. And that's sad. We enjoyed the
Madam
food.
Chair, that is time.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, Jeanette DeCastro and Linda Whitmore. Jeanette DeCastro and Linda Whitmore. Please both come forward. You'll each have 2 minutes. Ms. DeCastro, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jeanette DeCastro. I'm a resident of the Mount Scott Sunnyside CPO. I'm also the chair of the NCPRD District Advisory Committee. Thank you all to the Budget Committee and the board for being here today. I have 2 kids and 2 older adults and my spouse in my household. So all of these issues that are being brought up today are very relevant and important. I'm not very interested in brinksmanship or community groups being asked to say no to themselves. I am interested in taxing the rich. And I want to be clear, that's probably no one in this room. I am interested in reliable and robust funding for this district, whether that's a levy or a bond or a corporate tax like the Portland Clean Energy Fund. I would like to see some teamwork and avoid these crises. I would like to see bridge funding to make sure that this cut does not need to happen. I wrote on my FAQ, because the question is, why are these budget reductions necessary? Because the budgeting for the district wasn't the best practice, because the county administrator asked, and because a balanced budget is required. But what we all know is that we need more funding. So what I'm asking of our board of directors is, preferably yesterday, but now to really be team players the way the district has in many other ways, including the Clackamas School, and show up and find the revenue for the district so that we're not facing these really deep cuts that hurt the community. Pitting us against each other does not build community. Deciding how we can thrive with adequate resources does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Whitmore. I work at the Milwaukee Center for the past 25 years. And I would, of course, ask that you've heard of a lot of things already on their wonderful transportation program, been a part of that, and as well as social services. I just ask that we wait on the budget cuts too and get a bond levy passed, and we just go from there, bring it out to the community. And because there's more than the transportation program, there's positions cut, and mine's one of them. It's cut, it's eliminated after 25 years of continual and steady service with the Clackamas County, and it's just gone. So there's faces to this as well, other faces. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you. The next and final blue card that I have received today is Jess Lemaine. Jess Lemaine, if you could please come forward. And this is a final reminder, if you wish to speak today in person, have not yet had the opportunity to do so, to please fill out a blue card and deposit it in the box by my desk, and I will call them in the order that they are received. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, my name is Jessie Lemaine. I am a staff member at the Milwaukee Center. On paper, my job is office specialist, and when I'm in the center, it's the greeter. I work at the information desk, and I do various other things. But the people that you saw exiting were some of the folks that were brought here today, and that come to the center every day. It is not about coming to eat lunch. It is not about getting a ride. It is about connection. It is the secret handshakes. It's the little songs that we sing back and forth. It is the connection. And for some of these people, it is their last opportunity to reach out and to stay connected. And I'm sorry, I am very emotional. I wear my emotions not only on my sleeve, but all the way on my fingertips. It is devastating to hear things like, we have a giant budget cut, and let's start with the most vulnerable parts of our community. There are other ways. This does not have to happen like this. It's not anybody's fault, but it feels like it is the seniors' fault. They feel that way. They're like, but why us? And it seems like it's a trend in our culture to leave out the vulnerable population. Let's not be one of those types of communities. So I'm going to yield to save time there, but actually, I apologize. I've got 30 seconds here. I did want to say one more thing. If we are stopping service on Friday in entirety, we serve Meals on Wheels hot food Monday through Friday. If we are saying there's no service change and we're offering an extra maybe frozen meal on Friday, to me, that's a service change. That's someone going from from Thursday all the way to Monday without having someone else's connection. If Meals on Wheels is their only connection, that's a whole nother day. So I yield. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Seeing no other blue cards for members of the public who wish to comment in person, I will now turn to those who are attending virtually. If you are attending this meeting virtually and would like to comment during the public comment portion of the North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District Budget Committee presentation hearing, I'll now ask you to please raise your hand, and I will call on you in the order that I see. This is a final call. If you are attending this meeting virtually and would like to comment, please raise your hand, and I will call on you in the order that I see. User JH, I see you earlier asked a question about virtual participation. To make clear, this would be your final opportunity to please raise your hand if you would like to comment. Seeing no hands, Madam Chair, there are no other members of the public today, either in person or virtual, who would like to speak. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Seeing that no one wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. And I was wondering perhaps if Kia would come back and perhaps offer a possible recommendation or solution before we ask for more questions. So, any thoughts?
Well, thank you, Chair Rader, for the opportunity to share some more feedback with you. So, as I mentioned earlier, staff have been doing more with less year over year for many years. So there are no good places to cut any longer within NCPRD's budget. And every service cut impacts an important part of our community. Many of those people didn't come today. I think we didn't hear as much about youth because a lot of families work. But I do want to tell you that I have heard from that community as well, personally. But having said that, and given limited good places to cut, because that's where I would have started, I would suggest that if the committee desires to build a bridge, that we make a commitment that we're not going to do this year over year, but we look to use of our savings, that beginning fund balance, to create a bridge. And that could be for part of the year or for the entire 12 months of the next fiscal year. But that would be my suggestion, because again, there are no good places to cut.
Thank you. Do any committee members have any questions or comments? Commissioner Savage?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I really appreciate all the folks that testified, and I know that I've been working with staff since we learned of the budget cuts. And so I think that there is some opportunity to, I think Grover used the word partnerships. I had it written down here, to try to maybe work with the county. I want to make sure people understand this is the district, you know, and work with the county, work with the city, work with any TriMet, all the folks involved. You know, even Willamette View has offered to find assistance or to offer assistance, so we're working with that. So I think in the next 30 days or 20 days, we have an opportunity to shape maybe an adjustment and not necessarily be able to put Kia on the spot to prescribe exactly for us what that is. So I'm concerned that we do it thoughtfully, Kia, and I have 100% faith and confidence that you'll be able to figure out what we can do and how. And then based on some of the opportunities. I appreciate, frankly, that transportation has really come up in this conversation. I've been working with my colleagues for a few months now trying to talk about this issue, and I want to let people know that most of everyone in this room is paying for it, but you're just not getting it. You're not getting it from the source. TriMet has hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue every year, and they have hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank, unrestricted funds. So that's why I put a plea out to them. Clackamas County does not get its fair share of those transportation dollars, so I'm going to continue to work hard. And I've been to Salem in the state legislature, speaking to the state legislators. I'm going to continue to do that because it is about priorities. Budget is a reflection of our priorities. We need to make sure that the funds out there are coming from the sources required, designed to provide those sources, and shouldn't be on the back of the district as much. On page 53 and 54 of your budget, you'll see staff's 15 prescribed. You see it bulleted. There's 15 prescribed cuts, and I just make a note here that three of them appear to be to the community center, and the other 12 cuts are other areas that really we didn't have a lot of people speak to today. So I have heard some of those concerns over the weekend and last week. You know, there's, you know, the one that makes me kind of chuckle a little bit, I'll be brief here, is the one about cutting the geese management at the Milwaukee Bay Park. So I don't know what that total bill is, but again, you're doing a lot of things in a lot of areas that a lot of the folks here are not really aware of. My concern, yes, we actually put a ballot measure out about 10 years ago and it failed. And my concern is we put it out again and it's too much, or the voters don't support it, then we're in worse shape if we actually delay those cuts. So we have to do some level of cuts. And I just want to make sure that people realize that just because we put it on the ballot doesn't mean they'll pass it. And there's a history in this county, unfortunately, of sometimes not supporting these things. I mentioned partnerships. I mentioned tax rate. And that's what I have for now. But my recommendation is that we allow staff to prescribe and work and figure out what partnerships and other resources we have, and come back before the final budget committee, for the final budget approval in June, what, Gary?
June 18th.
June 18th. So that gives us some time to work out some solutions. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair Roberts had his up before I did.
So I guess I'd turn to Gary first of all and just ask Gary, do we need a decision today based on the timeline? And my second question would be to Kia, would she have a proposal, without putting her too much on the spot today, to kind of address the needs that were brought up today to bridge that gap And then over the course of the next, look at the strategic plan for what's next, following up with going to the voters and kind of seeing what that looks like. So Gary? Yes, Chair Roberts, you need a decision today. By Oregon budget law, you must make a decision. It's either the budget as proposed, or you amend it or change it based on the feedback you received. And then the Board of Directors of NCPRD can change it again, which gives you basically 30 days, although I don't think Kia or I can come up with a solution for you in 30 days. So my advice is, Chair Rader, if you want to do a straw poll or not, if this committee wants to reinstate the cuts, just let's cut this short, direct us to do that, use the beginning fund balance, and that buys time for me and Kia and staff to come up with a solution, perhaps mid-year. But 30 days is not a lot of time for us to come up with a solution. Thank you.
Can I ask that as a motion? Or
It's not a motion, you're
is
just
that-
doing, it's called a straw poll. You're just
Thank
checking
you.
informally how the will of the committee.
Oh, okay. Grover.
Yeah. So I really appreciated all the people who spoke, and I actually want to speak to how much I appreciate the staff and what y'all do, the staff. I mean, truly, it is not an easy thing, but this is not a surprise. This budget shortfall, that woman right over there named Cindy, she told us it was going to happen a year ago, and it's sitting there, the cliff is coming, the cliff is coming. So my biggest concern is, how do we generate cooperation and partnership? I appreciate what you say, TriMet really does need to be pressed, and who's calling them and who's checking them, so that's a good thing. But for right now, because we have to come up with something, I looked at this budget, and we have more in contingency than is required, just to be clear. There's 2% more than there is, or 3%, depending on where you read it in the budget. I actually suggest not an ongoing thing, but a one-time thing to put that back in for the seniors. To hear those people and know what their lives are, and to watch what happens if they don't have a resource, to spring this. I mean, that the what do you call it? The Milwaukee Community Center Foundation partnered. They want to partner. There are other partners. So if we did a one-time funding and whether you take it from the existing budget or balance, or you take it from the excess in contingent funds, it matters not to me, but there is a transition. When I heard the chair from the MCC say all they wanted was time, so we don't have time, there wasn't time. So I actually propose we look at a way to put that in one time, because I'm very clear about sustainability. But if we're not reaching out to the community and having people see things are working, we're not going to get the funding. People aren't going to invest in something they don't think that works. And it does work, and I know there's hard work. So I actually, since we have to do it today, I don't want it just to go off in the nebulous, whatever. I actually want to have it so that transportation and the 5 days are put back in one time, not ongoingly, so it can be sustainable, so we can begin to generate support for what has to come. Because if we don't get more funding, if we don't have more people to vote for it, just like this said, we tried it once and it didn't work. We made a commitment when we started NCPRD. There were 3 things that were going to be funded, and one of them is senior care. It says so right in the ballot measure that they said. It says big time 3 places. Sustainable funding for seniors. So we need to deliver on that. That's one of my big concerns, is that do we follow through? Not you looking at you specifically. The bigger we, do we follow through on the promises that were made 34, 35 years ago? We have to look at that, and we have to keep that. So that's what I want to speak to, is I do want to find that. I do want to have us find that solution here and now.
I'd like to take a poll of who would agree with restoring the shortfall in the budget.
That was the transportation and the...
Would it be possible to speak?
Yeah,
in the
of
comments
course.
Beforehand, before we do a poll, if that's
Sure,
okay?
certainly.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments and a question. So again, I want to thank Parks and Rec, Kia and Kelly and Dominic, everyone who's been working on this. And like Grover mentioned, for the last, I've been on this committee for a couple of years now, but every single time they've mentioned the funds aren't going to be there, and it's been passed and passed and passed, and we're kind of reaching this point now. So I want to just appreciate the Parks and Rec Department on that. I also want to appreciate everyone that spoke today. It's really hard to speak in public, and I appreciate everyone doing that. So this is a small, really minuscule line item question, but it is roughly double the older adult transportation services. So I wanted to clarify. There was that $195,000 consultant's cost. I had sent an email in advance about it. Can you further elaborate on what that consultant cost is going to be?
Thank you for that question. Sorry, there's something going on behind me. Thank you for the question. So to respond to that, so some of those consulting services include ongoing district advisory committee facilitator costs, and then there is some funding contemplated within that line item for what we've all been talking about today, which is this potential tax measure that would increase general fund for NCPRD. And so NCPRD staff will need assistance with that. We will need help understanding what the options are, assessing the appropriate level, and also doing some polling to understand where the community is before we go out for that kind of initiative. So that's largely what that line item represents. Thank you for that question.
Okay, thank you very much for that, because that is $195,000. And I just want to add a comment that I have kind of on the bridging community partnerships area of this, because I think that is very important. I do want to mention also that there's been a lot of bridging, it seems like, in the community. We have multiple volunteers spoke today that volunteer at Meals on Wheels. I think it was the Milwaukee Community Center has donated $180,000 to the Meals on Wheels program in the last, or maybe it's for this year, I forget. But you have this $180,000. So the bridging of the community is happening. We're already doing it, and just something doesn't sit right with me saying, this is a program that's worth cutting, given that we already have so many volunteers that are trying to make it work. We have so many community center areas that are making this work. Just something just doesn't sit right. Again, that's my personal opinion, but I want to thank the people that have been bridging that community gap already, and thank you very much for that. My final comment, I think it was Samantha who mentioned this during the public comments, but she brought up a very good point about Meals on Wheels will probably increase if the day of the week is cut. Do we still feel comfortable that no one will be rejected for Meals on Wheels, even with the Meals on Wheels cut?
Yeah. So thank you for that question, because I want to make sure that it's really clear to the community that we serve that there will be no reduction in meal service for Meals on Wheels home delivery meals to eligible members of the community. So no reduction in service. And yes, when we put together that 6.1% forecasted reduction for Meals on Wheels home delivery service, we anticipated this 4-day week. And I will add that, and I don't want to diminish the impact that a 1-day closure of the Milwaukee Community Center has on particularly older adults that frequent the center. So, but I do want to clarify that most centers don't operate 5 days a week, and some centers are not even offering a congregate meal, like the City of Sandy. So a 4-day week for a center like this, particularly when we're serving older adults. Milwaukee Community Center is an all-ages community center, but we primarily serve older adults, but typically those centers are only open 4 days a week.
Okay, thank you. And I have one final question. Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Savdas?
Thank you, Chair. I know we're running over time, so I appreciate the fact that we've got that window. I have a comment, a suggestion, and I'll make a motion, actually, if I could. My comment is that I'm hoping, again, through all these partnerships, potential partnerships, including the City of Milwaukee, Clackamas County government, which is going to be having the Budget Committee starting today, TriMet, other nonprofits, Willamette View and others, I think that maybe we can put together a patchwork of funding to build a bridge. And I don't know how long that bridge will be, but I'm prepared to make a commitment to, as a commissioner in the county commission, to think about what we can do with a temporary transportation fix or whatnot. So I think perhaps there's a patchwork getting there. So with that said, I do want to keep the budget responsibility of all of us here in play and recognize that the viability of the district making it another 5 or 6 years is a real challenge for us going forward. So with that said, I'm willing to make a motion here, and here goes the motion. I move that we approve the budget and direct staff to work in the next 2 weeks to figure out what kind of partnerships we can do and build outside resources to bridge the transportation funding gap.
You need a second, Chair, to
Is there a
continue discussion.
second?
I'll second.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded, if I can repeat this back, I'm not sure I can, that we would approve the budget with a bridge.
Directing staff,
A 2-week period to propose a bridge,
funding bridge to restore transportation.
to restore transportation element of the budget.
Can you please clarify, Director Savas, are you approving the proposed budget?
Yeah, I'm proposing so we're going to find the language here in the script. So I make sure I get it right.
Page 3.
Page 3. So what I'll do, and I'll clarify. So
Thank
I'll restate the motion. I move that the North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District Budget Committee approve the fiscal year 25-26 budget in the amount of $40,915,205 as presented, with appropriations of $33,061,952, and impose the district's permanent tax rate of $0.5382 per 1,000 of assessed value within district boundaries. And with the amendment or direction to direct staff in the next 2 weeks to assess whatever outside funds to restore transportation services. That's my motion.
I still second.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District Budget Committee approve the budget for the 25-26 fiscal year in the amount of $205,000 with appropriations of $61,952 as presented with revisions as discussed, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of $0.5382 per 1,000 of assessed value within district boundaries. Is there any further discussion?
I just have a question, if I might. David, do you want to go first? Okay. So it's 2 weeks. Here's my question. I'm willing to get there because I do see the need for this. And with the understanding that it isn't going to fix the cliff. I mean, we have to be clear about that. It's not going to fix the long-term problem that there's not going to be enough money. We're just basically putting a Band-Aid, but is 2 weeks long enough, Paul? Is 2 weeks long enough to find that? I'm looking at Gary. Is that?
If that's your direction, we will make it so. But let me clarify. So the motion you approved is cutting the program.
Right.
And you're directing staff to come back within 2 weeks on other alternative sources of funding.
to reinstate
That's
the program.
what I'm
Yeah,
understanding.
and my goal is to use outside resources to provide those services, and that would keep the budget whole as presented.
Okay. Thank you. I just want clarity.
I would like to add on to that, which is, and this is just, I'm speaking very frankly here, but I mean, isn't that what they've already worked on? I don't really understand. Like, if we're voting on cutting this with a like soft promise that we'll try to figure it out, they could not figure it out, but we've already, like, they presented a no cut. It was rejected by Gary. Sorry, Gary. But it was rejected by Gary. You know, it was rejected because they needed to make these cuts. And this is what they've worked through. So it seems weird to vote to cut the program and say, well, we'll try to figure it out in the next 2 weeks. Just trust us on it. Doesn't that seem a little off?
Well,
I think
yeah,
I'm missing something.
I appreciate your wording.
Yeah.
But I would, again, argue that transportation responsibilities are by transportation agencies, and TriMet's one of those. Clackamas County provides transportation services, so I think there's a way to do this. It's by keeping the budget whole and filling that gap, if you will. And again, some of these may not be cemented completely within 2 weeks, right? I mean, but I think we can get a pretty good idea. Maybe it gives us 6 months. Maybe we find 6 months of funding. That's still a transition period, right? And we're going to have to transition irregardless.
But again, we're not guaranteeing anything. We're saying, as of right now, we're saying this program is cut, and hopefully we'll figure it out, more or less.
Yeah, and we've been in budget committees over the 15 years I've been here. We've done that before.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure to clarify. And then I just also wanted to clarify that we've been talking mostly about the older adult transportation services. Are we, like, when we talk about the like amendment of trying to figure this part out, what specifically program-wise are we talking about the Friday program, trying to keep that on as well? Are we talking about any other?
My motion was specific on transportation.
Okay. Okay.
My amendment was specifically focused on the transportation.
Got it. Understood. I just wanted to clarify then that means that there would be no directive on the Friday program. That's my understanding? Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, Chris.
Oh, sorry. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, Chair. You're doing fantastic. I know it's a lot. You know, recent polling shows that 85% of people that live in the Portland area are very concerned about seniors and all of our neighbors struggling with homelessness. Clearly, these programs help prevent that. And they help our seniors to not be isolated. They help them make sure that they have community. We know when somebody starts to struggle when they're engaged in our programming. I'm concerned that these cuts become more expensive because now we have more isolated seniors at a high risk of homelessness and housing insecurity. This isn't new, this funding cliff. This isn't something that we are just springing on. As Director Grover was 1,000% correct in his articulation of like what's happening here. Truly, we have to get a different millage rate. That 54 cents per 1,000 is not sustainable, and it won't be the first time we'll be looking at these realities. We're not the only governmental agency or entity within the state of Oregon or Portland metro area. I mean, we fare better than most right now, but we have some funding issues. Some of these issues we've created over time and haven't been sustainable. My concern with abridging this temporarily or finding gap funding are we kicking the can because we've known this a long time? We've known this was going to hurt. And the taxpayers have already said, like many times over and over again, we're done being taxed. We're done being one of the highest taxed regions in the nation. We're done like wondering what did we get for our money. Now, in this instance, we've gotten a lot, and we made a lot out of a little, but there's only so much in the coffers. I'm not sure. I'm not super optimistic that TriMet's going to step up. If you've watched the news with TriMet, they're in their own funding crisis because of horrific mismanagement. And we always have to battle Commissioner's office or Director's office with TriMet to get anything we get in Clackamas County, and we've been underserved and not served properly for decades, far before I was on this board. I'm concerned unless we take drastic measures to deal with the systemic issues within the budget, we're just dancing around the edges and we're not being honest. And I don't know how we get there today. I know we have to make a decision. I don't know how I'm going to vote on this. I don't know if 2 weeks is enough time. Commissioner Schrader, you asked the right question. I felt the same way. Gosh, I wish that there are contingency funds. Are we in an emergency and we need to use them? Is that a different amendment? Can we temporarily dip into contingency funds? I really resonated with what Director Grover said, and maybe there needs to be an additional amendment to this, but Director David, you are correct too, is that I think we are saying that to the voters. We're gonna cut these things, and then the vulnerable populations that are on the fringes the most, that we're trying to stop from becoming more expensive and further chronic issues, where that's who's suffering at the end of the day. So I don't know, Director's office, is there anything else we can add, or we should talk about amending your motion or adding?
Well, I think even in that 2 or 3 weeks, or it's 3, whatever it is, I think there's partnerships that may not be related to transportation that could actually help, right? So in lieu of maybe contingency funds, but I agree with everything you said. We could be here a year from now with the same problem. If we just extend it, we're gonna be right back.
But we shouldn't extend this a year from now. We must systemically deal with the chronicity of the problem.
Right. Yeah,
That's
right.
what's before us, because we cannot come back to this a year from now. I've been on this board for 2 years, but this predates many of us that sit on this board now. Enough is enough. We have to figure out the sustainability piece, and I'm not confident we've got there today yet.
Grover?
Okay, so we're still on discussion on that motion.
I believe
Okay,
so.
And if it is not with a promise and that we will try, I have great difficulty. I totally appreciate where you're coming from with that. I totally appreciate the rock and the hard place we're sitting with, but I just appreciate what you just said, Commissioner, or Chair, whatever you are.
Director.
Hey, Ben. Anyway, so that in truth, I mean, I've worked in community intervention work for 25 years, and I know that if we don't stop the problem now, it will become a significantly more expensive problem later. To hear that the growth in that Chair Roberts meant, or just Director Roberts said that the number of homeless that are seniors is going up rampantly. Okay, so this is a solution to that now. And I'm not suggesting we just pretend and go forward. I actually think we need to find a solution that makes a one-time process that keeps us intact, and it's a fact that it will not be renewed again next year under the circumstances. We still don't know whether Milwaukee is in or out. There, and what was reported tonight, that if it goes this way, that they'll play, and if it isn't, they don't play. That's a tough way to play.
Yeah.
That's the city of Milwaukee. That's not the people who live in Milwaukee. It's the city of Milwaukee. And they made it a part of becoming a part of this district. In their ballot measure, they talked about how the community center would be funded. It says specifically that the stable funding for the district will provide for senior services. Its revenue, that's the money that comes in, its revenues are limited to these purposes. And it says that passage of this measure will preserve stability for senior programs. That's what voters voted for, to make this tax dollar that we're spending now, period. Are we gonna live up to what we promised them when we gave them the ballot?
So I have a question here for Kia. So do you mind
You want to go
I
first, and
know,
then
I'm trying
I
to
have an
figure out a
idea
way
of
to
what.
kind of help move this along a little bit, and that, you know, I guess this is where I'm at. I hear what Paul's saying, but really, I feel like we need to have a very aggressive plan. That my recommendation would be that we support the shortfall. We bridge that gap, and then we basically have a very aggressive plan to move forward with taking this to the voters. And it has to be a very strategic, you touched on it, there has to be polling done. We have to figure out the amount of money that voters will support, and we move forward with that. I agree, we have this shortfall, and it's just gonna take all of us coming together and really having a comprehensive communication plan and to get this passed. So I guess with the same point of trying to follow up with Paul's recommendation to explore that, but in the meantime, I just feel like that we should kind of try and bridge that gap. So I'll turn it back over to you.
So
Martha.
I do have a question. So Kia, do you have enough in contingency to fill the gaps this go around, but then it's done? How much sooner do you think that brings us to the cliff where it's all gonna go down in flames? I mean, that's, what we're talking about here is using the money now, contingency, wiping that out, which isn't exactly always the most prudent way to budget. And then assuming that people will come to the fore and actually work to get a viable district. But is there enough money to do that is my question, even to make whole what you've cut in the contingency?
So thank you for that question, Director Schrader. So the contingency is envisioned to be a backstop that we could access in the event that we have an unforeseen expense that is
Okay.
significant. We have aging facilities, and I'll say, you know, off the top of my head, at the aquatic park, I can think of a couple of potential liabilities. We're going to have our slides re-inspected, and they are close to $1 million each. So that's why we actually, it seems like a lot of money, but it could be spent very quickly and wisely if we have a need for it with our assets. So that's why we put into contingency, because we can access it through the supplemental budget process,
Okay.
whereas our reserves, we can't. So I hesitate to spend all of that contingency, but just to
Okay.
clarify, are you suggesting that we reinstate the transportation program with some of those resources, or are you suggesting that we reinstate all cuts? Because I would like to just add for the committee's knowledge, as Director Savas said, there is an active conversation with a private donor about one-time funding. I
Okay.
don't know how interested they are about providing funding beyond next fiscal year, but at least one-time funding for the transportation program.
Okay. Okay.
And I think that is probably our best option right now, because changes in service by TriMet and others is going to take a lot more time than a couple of weeks, or maybe even 6 months, possibly more. So just so I'm clear, are you talking about reinstating the transportation program or all
I would say
cuts?
transportation, or
Okay.
no one seems to want these cuts. This is what we're hearing today. So I need to know from the chair, is he talking about bridging it totally with everything? That's kind of where I'm trying to get at. I'm unclear. I can see us doing a bridge. I'm not against that, but that's only going to bring us closer to the fiscal cliff we're heading, unless there is urgent move ahead with essentially coming up with a way to get more money for the district. It's
So-
not going to be a fix. It's just going to put off cuts to another year, basically, which is what we've been doing. in
That's
my
right.
opinion.
And the cuts will be deeper next year.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they will be compounded. I would also add too that while the intention is to possibly go to the voters if the board selects
we're
that
gonna have
option, and if the polling suggests that we would have success, it's not likely that we would do that this current calendar year. It would be next calendar year. So, and I think maybe a bridge, if a measure passed, the board might be more comfortable with the bridge, perhaps. But I just want to be clear with the community that not cutting now will mean more cuts in the future, possibly.
That's kind of what I'm trying to tease out here.
that will feel good today, but we're gonna have a hangover tomorrow, basically, is what I'm seeing. And I'm not here, I want to support these services. I don't want to see these services cut, but we're between a rock and a hard place, and I'm trying to be, what's the pragmatic move forward? And I could get to Commissioner Savis's, we have a second on that. So you would really attempt to move ahead with the transportation piece on this, or we would, as a commission, we'd work with you on that.
And Kia, I think, kind of alluded to some of the funding that might be, put forward may go to other areas as well that can help out. So I think a couple weeks will help, I guess, get a sense of if it's real or not.
Okay.
And then we can perhaps implement something down the road. But I just, I want to just say that the other thing Kia said is really relevant. If we don't do enough today, the cuts will be more severe a year from now. So it'll be even harder.
With no guarantee there'll be another revenue
There's going to be
stream
cuts
unless-
next year no matter what. More cuts, right? But
More
if we-
more cuts next year, no matter what.
Right.
Even before we would get something on the ballot to get additional dollars to make this district whole.
And we I just want to remind everyone, we are way over time, and we have the
Yeah, I
same
know.
battle on ELED soon, because they're in a fixed tax situation, the library district's in a fixed tax situation, so, the districts are bleeding right now. So I'm prepared to almost call for the motion, but I do see his hands up, so I don't want to usurp anyone's opportunity to speak.
May I please just clarify where we are? I mean, are we proposing amendment to what is already on the table?
No.
Okay, so
Let's vote on
everything,
what's on
do you have any suggestions?
So the main motion is still on the table. You are an hour over schedule. I suggest you vote on this motion, see if it's up or down, and based on that, you make a second motion.
Okay.
If it's possible, I would really like to just say one more thing. Is that okay?
Of course.
Thank you. I assume Commissioner Schrader didn't mean this in any way, shape, or form. I just want to clarify that we're talking about, when we talk about these cliffs that are coming forward and forward and forward, we're talking about real people here. We're talking about a lot of people here at these meetings who are need these services, and we again know that how important it is. We've seen how many volunteers are here, and again, I know you did not. Yeah. And I just want to say, when it comes to like the pushing things forward, just from a practical standpoint, sometimes I think you have to maybe push the cliff forward in the future, because these are people right now. This is right now. And again, we're still just talking about the transportation service here. And I also think it's worth mentioning about the Friday services and the staff that are going to be cut. Because again, these are people. These are really important things. So I personally would love to see a little more in terms of guarantees, but I just want to really acknowledge everyone that this is not a budget line item. These are people. This is a very important thing to a large part of our community.
It is about the people, but sometimes, we're just faced with an untenable situation. And again, what are we going to do about it? And we have a motion on the floor. And I agree with you. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
This whole job's about people.
Oh yeah, 100%. I just I'm an accountant in my day job, and I look at these kind of spreadsheets every day, and it just, the part that just seems that the weirdest or funky to me is that we're talking about percentage, less than 10%, small amounts of the budget, when it's a major program. And our sustainability, the North Clackamas Parks and Rec sustainability is not, in my opinion, going to fail or not fail just on this one small portion of the budget. So why not help the people now? I don't know. That's, yeah, I'm kind of rambling. I'm sorry. Yes, but thank you.
Thank you. I know we're over time, but this is very important. And our job is to get the job done, and sometimes we have to take time to do it. Question on page 53. It says here, when I look at this contingency that's set aside for unseen circumstances, you spoke to that, Kia. It looks like that the minimum contingency is around 15%. Right now, we have the amounts of $2 million in contingency. It's roughly 17% total. If we were closer to that mark of 15%, is there enough there with how much we've put aside to build the bridge and to work on a more sustainable budget? And I'll give you both my questions at once. It says here also, we're talking a lot about transportation, but the elimination of one case manager position in older adult social service programs, that's often the first-hand responder to the population we're trying to stabilize the most. I'm very concerned by the loss of that position. Who is doing that work if we lose this one? And will we still be able to meet the demand and the need of this population with one less? What are we going to feel? What is the real impact to the seniors that we're trying to support the case management? Those are my two questions.
All right, well, thank you for that question, Director West. So to answer your first question about contingency is for those unforeseen things. So because of the age of our facilities, we went higher than the recommended percentage recommended by county finance. And so we certainly could use contingency. It just creates more risk. And my intention has been to try to decrease risk for NCPRD. So we certainly could use more contingency. I just don't know how to give you any more certainty around whether or not we should or shouldn't use contingency. It's just for unforeseen things, and I don't know what those things are today. But as I mentioned earlier, the slide example is one that comes quickly to mind. We just have a lot of potential risk to maintaining continuity with our service if we don't have a large savings there with contingency. To answer your question about older adult services, the social service FTE reduction, that is one reduction. It's a job that an individual has been serving in for many years, and so I don't want to diminish their service to the county and to the community, but we can maintain our eligibility with Meals on Wheels, and there will be fewer social service referrals because we will be going from 3 people to 2 people, but there is some duplication in our social service referrals because the county provides those services. So staff will do that when they're establishing eligibility for Meals on Wheels. They will also provide individuals with an understanding of what else they're eligible for in terms of social services with the county. Those interactions will still occur. We'll probably just not have as much time with those individuals. But that is the impact right there.
What's the dollar figure if we used for a 1-year bridge to get this ship righted and to do the hard work? So what is that dollar figure necessary?
I'm going to call up Kelly Gantner to give you the exact number. My understanding is that we're close to about $1.5 million to reinstate all cuts.
What about just transportation?
Oh, just transportation,
Yeah.
$95,000.
It's $95,000.
Excuse me.
And what about the case manager?
The case manager, is it 105?
It's closer to about 115,000.
If we find the stabilized funding, can the contingency be paid back? Can it be treated almost like a in-house loan where the contingency is made whole again if we find the funding?
I mean, no.
Is that allowed?
Interfund loan?
Yes.
So you use it and it's gone. You can backfill if you have savings
Okay.
in that, in the current year or next year. But it's one time. You use it, it's gone, and again, you can replenish it with other funds if you find other funding
Okay,
sources.
so not necessarily a loan, but you could replenish the
Right,
funds.
not
and
a loan,
That's
but-
the goal, is to replenish, no? No, right, so I said it's not a loan, but you're almost,
It's
you're trying to
contingent on
commit to yourself that you're
surprises.
gonna backfill it once you get these funding that we're working toward.
No, and the cautionary tale that I will give you is up and down Oregon, there's lots of communities that have gotten themselves in trouble by using contingency. Contingency and reserves, those are one-time funds, and a tenet in budgeting is you don't use one-time funds for ongoing costs. So it's, and again, we can see communities all around Oregon that have done that, and everybody always has good intentions of, we're gonna find a solution, and it's just the caution, so that I can sleep at night knowing that I said it and I moved on.
so appreciate it, thank you. Okay, those are my questions, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to close with that I appreciate almost everything we do is about people. So I totally, we totally get that, and we're making pleas to the federal government, we're making pleas to the state government, everywhere we can to fill what we can. I guarantee you that 17% number of contingency, if you dollar amount it out a year from now, that's going to be a lot smaller, because that's what we're using. It's real money. It's real money that's not going to be there next year. So that's why we have to do what we have to do, unfortunately. And then if, again, we can find other mechanisms or outside jurisdictions to help fill the gap, that's what I'm going to commit to. So therefore, I call for the question.
I was going to say.
Just to clarify, the Friday is not included in this, is that?
At this moment, I did call for the question, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
Clerk, will
thank you, sorry about that.
Will you call the poll, please?
Director Bornfeld.
No.
Director West.
No.
Director Buchanan.
No.
Director Savis.
Aye.
Director Chitzison.
No.
Director Keys.
No.
Director Schrader.
Welcome to our world. This is great. Okay. I'm going to vote aye at this time because I agree. I'm more worried what Sandra said. It has nothing to do with not caring about people. It's about long-term, trying to come up with a solution so these services are not cut in the future, not just today. We can, if we don't, yeah, that's basically where we are at this point, so.
Chair Roberts.
No.
Chair Rader.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-6, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, I'm going to make another motion. I move that the North Clackamas Parks Recreation District Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 25-26, the amount of $40,915,205 as presented with appropriations of $33,061,952 and impose the district's permanent tax rate of $0.5382 per 1,000 of assessed value within district boundaries, with the proviso and the amendment that staff build into the budget a 6-month bridge for Fridays, service on Fridays, and for transportation.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District Budget Committee approve the budget for the 25-26 fiscal year in the amount of $40,915,205 with appropriations of $33,061,952 as presented with revisions as discussed, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of $0.5382 per 1,000 of assessed value within the district boundaries. Is there any further discussion?
Can we call the question?
Sorry, Chair, Director, I apologize. I need more clarity. So by when? So again,
yes.
you're approving what
Okay.
you were approving the cuts
That we
today.
would, within 6 months, build into the budget a bridge
a
So we're
six-month
coming back
bridge
to you
for-
in a supplemental budget in 6 months with funding? Is that what you're asking?
Clarify my motion. My intent of my motion was that staff come back before final approval of the budget with an amendment that's down to the dollar for that 6-month bridge for Fridays and for transportation.
Thank you. Okay, there we go. So I'll second that. Let's do it too. You already did, you already did. I need lunch. I think
to
I
clarify
need,
the-
I think I need some protein,
Sorry.
actually.
To clarify, that this does not mention the case manager? Is
No,
that
it's
correct?
not. It's
Okay,
not.
perfect, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, call for the question?
All right.
Andrew, would you please call the poll?
Director Bornfeld.
Aye.
Director West.
Aye.
Director Buchanan.
Aye.
Director Savas.
Aye.
Director Chitzzen.
Aye.
Director Keys.
Aye.
Director Schrader.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Rader.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, woo.
Let's hear some more.
You did good. You did a good job.
I hope so.
Chair, you need to adjourn the meeting, please.
I gotta adjourn.
Thank you. I will. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
There you go.
I will now call to order the Enhanced Law Enforcement District Budget Committee. And will members of the committee please introduce themselves? I'm going to start at the far right. Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you, Chair. James Rhodes.
Sorry.
Paul Savas.
Ben West.
Craig Roberts.
Gavin Carpenter.
All right, I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
Chair, I'm so sorry. Could you please, Chair Roberts, repeat that? Your mic was off.
Oh, it is. All right, and I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
I nominate Mr. Gavin Carpenter. Second, or?
I will
Yes.
second.
And that was West, okay. And so there's a nomination for Gavin Carpenter, and are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Mr. Carpenter.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, the vote is 6-0, and Gavin Carpenter has been elected chair. I will now turn this meeting over to you. Thank you.
Okay, I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary. I nominate James Rhodes.
I'll second.
James Rhodes has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Carpenter.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0, Mr. Chair.
The result is James Rhodes has been selected secretary. I will now ask Sheriff Angela Brandenburg to present the budget message.
Thank you. Good afternoon now. Thank you for having us. My name is Angela Brandenburg. I am your sheriff of Clackamas County. With me today is Under Sheriff Lee Eby and Finance Manager Patrick Williams, who some of you may recognize. We have a new face in Finance Manager position. Patrick comes to us from Clackamas County as Deputy Finance Director last year, so we're happy to have his expertise here with us. I'm going to go through my budget message. I also passed out a handout that shows some of our statistics within the ELED. Those statistics are available on our website for folks as well. As you may know, I am designated as the board, by the Board of County Commissioners to be the administrator of the Enhanced Law Enforcement District. The proposed ELED fiscal year 2025-26 budget before you today includes 36 sworn FTE, cost allocations totaling $580,367,
Indirect costs of $1.1,698,000 and $179,760 in debt service. Since 2000, revenue collections for the ELED have remained consistent over the years with a modest 2.75 average increase. Expenses of the ELED continue to outpace revenue, kind of a common theme we're hearing today. Last year, the Board of County Commissioners made a policy decision to use county general funds to ensure the district remains at 36 sworn full-time employees. As a result, the fiscal year 25-26, $676,015 in county general funds is budgeted to maintain service levels. Since 1995, the Sheriff's Office has been a responsible steward of the ELED dollars and is proud to provide quality public safety services to the people living within the district. And before I pass it on to the team here to go over the slides, I wanted to talk a little bit about these statistics that I provided to you here. Like I said, this information is available on our website. We have dashboards that have map overlays of the enhanced law enforcement district. I know that's been a question in years past, Commissioner Savas particularly, of what is happening within the ELED specifically. So working with County GIS, my team has this map overlay, which allows folks to go through and filter through. And notably, reported crime has decreased in the ELED. And also, there's a slight decrease in crimes that are reported. There's notable categories of decrease, which I've noted here. Burglary is down 26.7%. Unlawful entry into a motor vehicle, that's when someone breaks into your car and steals your things, or just breaks in, it's down 29.3%. Stolen vehicle, significantly at 42.1% reduction. In call activity for the service district, there's a slight increase, 0.6% over previous year. These are calendar year, not fiscal year, just to note. There were notable decreases in several public-initiated call types, so folks who live within the ELED are calling us for their services. Trespass is down 10.9%, unwanted persons down 21.2%, and stolen vehicles 28.3%. Meanwhile, our deputy self-initiated calls, so deputies who have free time are not answering calls for service, 911 calls for service, that activity increased 6.8%. That means that we have more deputies out serving within the ELED district because, as a reminder, ELED deputies, also levy-funded deputies, also general-funded deputies patrol those areas. So the top, it went up, it increased 6.8%. So some of the top deputy self-initiated calls, traffic stop tops that, 10,127. Suspicious activity, whether it's people, things, persons, 5,276 deputy-initiated contacts, and then assisting the public with various activities, 3,281. So I also included some traffic information in here. Traffic stops increased within the district 6.2%, while traffic crashes also increased 7.7%. And the highest number of traffic stops, the districts are McLaughlin, 99, with 3,656, and then 82nd was number 2. The patrol districts with the higher number of crashes is McLaughlin and 82nd. So, and the patrol districts with the lowest number of traffic crashes, this is with the ELED, is the West Side and then the metro area, which is around Oregon City. So with that, I just wanted to highlight some of those things for you. I'll turn that over to Under Sheriff Eby.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and ELD Budget Committee. I'm Under Sheriff Lee Eby, and I'm here to present the proposed budget for the Enhanced Law Enforcement District for fiscal year 25-26. Before we get into the numbers, I want to acknowledge a key milestone. This past fiscal year marked the first time we'd had a fully transparent and accurate accounting of ELED expenditures, giving us a true financial picture of the district's operations. This level of clarity has allowed us to better understand the actual costs of providing dedicated law enforcement services to residents in the district and make more informed budgeting decisions moving forward. The data now reflects true costs tied to personnel, services, and operational needs specific to ELED, which has improved our ability to plan and ensure long-term fiscal stability. Because of this improved clarity, it has become clear for the current fiscal year that ELED's existing revenue is not sufficient to sustain current service levels and will need general fund support. As a result, the fiscal year 25-26 budget includes general fund support in the amount of $676,015 to help maintain the 36 ELED funded positions and continue the current level of service. With that foundation, today's proposed budget reflects a responsible path forward, strengthening our commitment to the communities we serve. Let's begin with a look at the overall budget structure. The proposed fiscal year 25-26 ELED budget is $9.8 million, reflecting a 10% increase from last year's amended budget of $8.9 million. This increase supports a continued commitment to public safety within the ELED, which serves some of the most populated unincorporated areas of Clackamas County. Revenue for 25-26 includes $9 million from property taxes, a 4% increase from the prior amended budget year, $160,000 from other sources, including interest, and at this time, the $676,000 in general fund support is projected to be needed to help offset rising costs and maintain service levels. While most of the ELED remains self-funded, through its property tax base, continued general fund contributions will be critical to maintain current levels of service. The budgeted expenditures totaled $9.8 million, and nearly all of it, $9.6 million, dedicated to materials and services. This includes the contract cost for 36 Sheriff's Office personnel assigned to the district. ELED positions are included in the CCSO's FTE count, but funded through this district as outlined in the IGA for the LED. We see a 10% increase in expenses year over year, consistent with cost of living adjustment, PERS increases, fuel and equipment costs, and support need for frontline personnel. The increase is driven primarily by three key factors: a 2.8% cost of living COLA and incentive pay built into our current labor agreement, an increase in PERS contributions, which continues to put upward pressure on the personnel expenditures, an increase in materials and costs driven by inflation and rising expenses in key operational areas such as fuel, jail food, medical services, CCOM, Seat Hunter communications, uniforms, and safety equipment, all of which are essential to maintaining daily public safety operation. Our biggest challenge is that the personnel and operating costs continue to outpace revenue growth in the district. Without intervention, this gap between ELED staffing levels, general fund support will continue to be needed to maintain those levels, to avoid reductions in services and preserve public safety presences in key unincorporated areas. I will now turn it over to Sheriff Brandenburg to look ahead.
So looking ahead, challenges, as Under Sheriff Eby mentioned, personnel costs, materials and services costs continue to outpace revenue. And we know that, that's a common theme I think you're going to be hearing this budget cycle. It's no different in the ELED. So opportunities for us, for the ELED, is, if the Board of County Commissioners makes policy decision to continue to fund the 36 positions, that is the opportunity for the ELED. And that's all I have. Questions? Looking at Chair Carpenter.
Thank you. Do any members of the committee have any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Sheriff, for your presentation. I'm sure that I'll probably have ELED questions and comments in the general fund budget partially, but I'll try to address most of the ELED related stuff here today. Not unlike the conversation we just had with the Parks District and the Library District and other challenges, I think it's important probably that when people bring up the ballot measure that formed the district, right? And it says thou shall, right? And we know that, as you stated, correctly stated, certainly costs, we can't do that any longer, right? For that same dollar amount, and we have backfilled. So I guess that'll be a conversation of whether or not we backfill that when we talk about your budget for the greater sheriff's budget in the general fund conversation. So, but I do think it's important maybe to consider, either continue to backfill or not, or that we actually puts on a ballot measure out there that says, ask for the increase, that's responsible, and if the measure fails, we will reduce staff to X deputies, or kind of prescribe what we actually can do, so that people will no longer be expecting that we can fill our staff as we did when this district was formed. It'll actually have a different picture. But I think if that's legal, and I'm not asking you for that question here today, I'll ask our attorney staff, but I'm thinking we need to set the record straight with the public to make sure they know what we're getting in ELED. And my assumption is that the needs in ELED will not diminish, they'll continue to grow. And I do appreciate, the ebb and flows, and sounds like crime is down to some degree. But I tell you, I am bothered by the fact that traffic accidents are up 7.7%. That's a big deal, because sometimes that's people's lives. So that's a big factor. And does Motors have a presence on McLaughlin Boulevard or 82nd Avenue? I don't think I've seen them, but is that part of that, or is that an ELED function, or is that simply not an LED function? I'm just curious as far as the motor vehicle aspect of it, citations and so forth.
Yeah, Commissioner Savas. So we have a 3-person traffic unit. I have a sergeant and 2 deputies for the entire county. So that would be unincorporated Clackamas County. The deputies who patrol those districts, they also do traffic. That's why we have our highest category of deputy-initiated activity is 10,127 traffic stops. So everyone in our culture do traffic. So it's not just left up to our traffic team. That makes sense.
Yeah. Do you have any understanding as to why the increase in the accidents?
I think there's more people. It's probably a longer conversation.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I will now open the public hearing. I will take in-person testimony first. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person and virtual testimony?
If you are attending this meeting today in person and wish to comment on the Clackamas County Enhanced Law Enforcement District budget presentation, I'll ask you to please fill out a blue card and deposit in the box by my desk. Seeing no members of the public who wish to comment in person, I'll now move to online. If you're attending this meeting online and wish to comment, this is your opportunity to please raise your hand, and I will call on you in the order that I see. This is a final call for those attending either in person or virtually to either deposit a blue card in the box by the door or raise your hand to participate in public comment today. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public, either virtually or in person, who wish to comment today.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. Seeing no one who wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. Do any committee members have any questions or comments? Good. Okay. Hearing nothing further, I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
Chair, I move that the Enhanced Law Enforcement District Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of $9,836,464 as presented, with appropriations of $9,836,464, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of $0.7198 per $1,000 of assessed value within the district boundaries.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Enhanced Law Enforcement District Budget Committee approve the budget for the fiscal year 25-26 fiscal year in the amount of $9,836,464, with appropriations of $9,836,464, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of 0.71988. Value. You want to call roll on that?
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Chair Carpenter,
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
For those passed, the motion passes. Are there any further business before this committee? Hearing none, this committee is adjourned.
Okay, great.